journey without a good book to accompany me.
Bueno. Muy buenas, ¿cómo van? ¿Cómo están? ¿Qué me cuentan? ¿Qué me comentan? ¿También siguen vivos o qué pedo? Hola. Vamos a ver, primero que todo, si estamos en directo, reseteando aquí, por ejemplo, esta página, reseteando aquí, nada. Pero podemos aquí copiar esto, pum, la descripción de otros directos. Control C y salir por aquí. Y volver acá. Sí, estamos en directo al parecer. Bien, con muy mal internet de la puta mierda, pero bien. Demasiado mal internet en verdad. Ejem, por acá. Vale. Vale. A ver. Si se me escucha, veamos. Ok, todo bien. Bajamos por acá. Sí, no. Vale. Primero que todo, evento, aquí. Tenemos eventos. A ver, tenemos dos. ¿Sí? Y uno a la vez. Tenemos 2, 21. 40 y 40, que serían 80. Más este serían 160. Problemas que sería justo un deseo, así que nada mal. Esto se bloquea mañana. En otras historias se desbloquea mañana. Eh, no. Es por acá. Vale. Entonces vamos a comenzar. Empezar desafío. Están los dos aquí, así que vamos a tener transporte más cercano, que creo que sería este de aquí. Volvemos aquí a documentos de la psicópata. Vale. Que ya le tenemos nombre, en verdad. Nombre. Bueno, cada personalidad tiene un nombre, pero el de la personalidad, ¿cómo lo digo? Eh, yo ya he hecho algo de ella antes. Bueno, una de las personalidades que es revelante, bueno, todos son revelantes.
Time to act.
Bueno, sí.
Furina.
Sería, recuérdenlo, Kiyoshi.
Time to act.
Kiyoshi Saito. O Saito Kiyoshi. Eso sería uno de ellos. Solo quiero que lo recuerden para cuando se leen el manga. No diré más sobre ese nombre. Boom. Vale. Antes me estoy alejando de donde se puede que iba a ir.
I see everything.
Vale. Hongos. ¿Por qué ir por aquí de esa planta que necesito para furina? Una cueva. ¿Esto es nuevo o ya lo vi antes? A ver. Sí, esto ya lo vi antes. Volvamos a este transporte acá. Y miremos. Sería bajando, ¿no? Sería por aquí. Boom, vámonos. Kiyoshi Saito. Es un muy buen nombre. O Saito Kiyoshi. Vale. Esto por acá. Ok. Vale. Ok. Entonces, bajamos. Y comenzamos con el evento. Empezar. Vale, tenemos dos de nuevo. 2 y 1. Empecemos. Tenemos 15. Podemos empezar conectando. Este con este. Pero no podría pasar. A ver si nos alcanza el número. Jueput. Vale. A ver si nos alcanza. Ah, joder. Listo. Sí, nos sobró dos. Easy peasy. Re fácil. Ultra fácil. Salir. Aquí. Detalles. Vamos ya con el siguiente. Bueno. Me tragué el 3. Fue puta. Tú. 3. Ok. Este suena bastante fácil. La verdad es que no veo fallas. Joder. No veo ninguna falla aquí. Supongo que como solo te muestran que uno puede activar el otro, tal vez. No lo sé. Vale. Volvemos acá, y pillamos este, reclamamos y vamos con el siguiente, que sería este de acá, otro 80 protogemas. Nosotros transportamos la estatua de los 7, vemos a ver si podemos tirar un deseo, nos damos cuenta de que no, así que lloramos. Así que nos tiramos al mar, bajamos al mar, y a partir de aquí nos sumergimos y buscamos una concha marina. Una concha de su puta madre. No veo ninguna. Arriba, 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 arriba. Vale, veo luz, veo la luz, veo el futuro. Me pica una pata. Continuamos, bajamos. Le reventamos su puta madre. A esta. Nos damos cuenta que no podemos hacer ni vergas. Le reventamos la madre a un puto pulpo. No porque el juego no quiere. Ok. Kaboom, motherfucker. Y listo. Bajamos. Obtenido. ¿Qué falta está por aquí? No hay kaboom, no motherfucker, nada. Así que bueno, triste la vida. Bueno, quieren pelear conmigo porque le robé la concha a su puta madre. Vale. Bajamos. Boom. 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 Y llegamos al siguiente. Tampoco no presenta mucha complicación, pero tampoco no ni verga, no sé, no hay una verga. Solo nos faltaría, no sé, bajar y reclamar. ¿Estás seguro que no dio esto? No, esto sea algo, ¿no? Ok. Aquí, estatua 7, debajo de la estatua, por acá, recto por aquí. Ok, me marca dos enemigos, le reventamos su remilísima puta madre y ya vi algo. Kaboom, motherfucker. Boom, bitch. 2 por 1. Esto lo llamo ser efectivo. Esto por aquí. Esto por aquí. Kaboom, motherfucker. Boom, bitch. Y kaboom, motherfucker. Boom, bitch. Y boom, bitch. Boom. A tu puta casa. Venimos por acá. Esto por acá. Seguimos por aquí. Eso es todo. Vale, bien, 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 bien. 80 protos que nos llevamos. Esto debería ser suficiente para primer deseo del día de hoy. ¿Nos saldrá furina el día de hoy? No lo sabemos. Esta es furina. Pues puta. Vale. Primer deseo para el día de hoy. Vamos a continuar. Misiones diarias todavía no. Vamos a ir a misiones. Y vamos a buscar ciertas misiones. Que serían la de gato, la de Neko y la de Inazuma. A ver, primero que todo. No está. Inazuma, sí, Xavier. Hablamos con Xavier. Xavier. Que se nos va de la nave. Vale, esto por aquí. Y venimos por acá, bajamos y hablamos con este man. Mientras hablamos, tenemos este. Me acabo de cuenta de algo. Tenemos el de la esta. Boom, 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 boom. Yume. Creo que es uno de mis personajes favoritos de lo que tenemos hasta ahora. Esto por acá. Necesito mucho. Vale. Esto por aquí. Recoge las tablas de madera, fue puta. Insecciaver, maldito inútil de mierda. Joder, a mí no me robo 2 pedazos de puto hierro. Algo nos servirá. Boom. Vale. Hierro y hierro. What the fuck?
The insolent shall be punished. Where are you?
¿De qué puta mierda?
This was unwise.
Joder, me vinieron los fatuis, hijos de puta.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Me vinieron las gonorreas.
Let's light it up. Mercy. A minor setback.
Uy, hijo mío. Qué hijo de remil puta eres.
No, my sword. Witness the power of Guzwa.
Venga. Uy, gonorreas. Me cabrearon.
Out of my
Como odio que me congele, hijos de puta. Todavía queda un pedazo de mierda. Muerte. Kaboom, motherfucker. What the fuck. Uy, hija de puta. Uy, hija de puta.
sharing my knowledge. Rain
Prepárate para
outlines your
morir, te vas a morir, te vas a morir. Es que
My sword.
te voy a rematar tu puta madre. De una manera tan espectacular que es que ni lo sabes tú. A tu puta casa. Podría simplemente haberlo dejado vivir y yo irme a la verga, pero...
I'll remember.
Qué hijos de puta. Vale. Ah, que quiere más. Que quiere más, ok.
Rain outlines your
Ok.
fate. Body and mind.
Esta no necesita arreglar, puedes simplemente saltar, ¿no? Mucho mejor, más fácil moverse, pues puta. No, ni por acá. Pasamos a la vez, a ver.
Time to act.
Decía saber morir, hijo de puta, cuando te mate, te remate. Vale, continuamos. Veo 2.
Body and mind.
O sea que por fin, puta, puedo pasar por ese puente, ¿no? Ahora, soy muy imbécil. ¿Sí? ¿Y qué pasa cuando veo este tipo de puentes? Me da ganas de intentar pasarlo porque creo que tiene una línea. ¿Sí?
Body and mind.
O sea, cuando lleguemos lo confirmo. No, confirmo, estoy como un 99.9% seguro, pero bueno. Estoy por acá, nada seguro en la vida. Probablemente eso sea una cuerda. Por acá.
Time to act.
Vale. Seguimos. Pillamos el electróculo.
Time to act.
Pum. Vale. Ok. No es aquí, es ahí abajo. Vámonos. ¿Dónde está abajo? Sí. Efectivamente. O sea, mira, uno llega aquí. Esto ni siquiera tenemos que arreglar, pues simplemente pasar por encima. Es aquí donde me refiero. Pasar por esta línea de acá. A eso me refiero. Que se arregló. Nada, se arregló. Ok. Yo me refiero a esto, pasar por esta línea de acá. Por eso creo que es estúpido, pero soy un puto genio, soy increíble y lo logré. Sin pensarlo. Soy voilà. Vale, continuemos. ¡Ah, me culean! ¡Hijos de puta!
Time to act.
Vengan acá, que me los cojo. Yo me los cojo a cada uno de ustedes. Me los cojo, me los ultra hiperviolo. Boom, bitch.
Framework.
Boom, boom. Boom, motherfucker.
Let me lead
Boom.
you a verse.
Boom. Te reviento a Najidazos. Najida es Dios, literal. Informa sí, a ver, chúpame la bola derecha. Sí, a ver, sabe que me tiene que chupar la bola derecha, hijo de puta, como yo le hago todo. Pero bueno, Najida tiene unas patas. No, 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 digo. Najida tiene buen culo. No, 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 digo, Najida. Vámonos. Ok. A ver, empecemos por, no, no. Cualidades, no. Objetos. A ver, ¿esta quién es? ¿Yo a quién estoy haciendo? Se mandó. Vale, ya entiendo. Ya entiendo lo que está pasando acá. Tengo esto en el lugar equivocado. Boom. Ya me dio la protos, no me doy cuenta. Bueno, aquí este. Vale, misiones no, mapa. Nos dijimos a Neko. Pum pum. Esto por aquí. Siempre que pienso en Neko, con una palabra japonesa, pienso en Neko-chan. Yo pienso, ¿de dónde puta saqué Neko-chan? Yo pienso, Nezuko-chan. Así que, que sí. En fin. Ah, hola. Mm, tenemos que planear el tema de toda la ropa que voy a usar. Mm, a ver. Tengo que regresar aquí al chat y buscar tonos de piel. Para saber exactamente qué tono. Aquí. Guardamos esto. Destacamos el mensaje. ¿Eso es una N o es una B? O es una V, digo. Joder. Creo que es una B. Ibori. Nori. Ibori. A ver. Joder. Esto por acá. Voy a probar a ver. No es ni vergas. A ver esta. Ibori, sí. Ibori. Vale.
Not the busiest of my days.
Aquí documento. Neko, hijo de puta. A ver. Por ejemplo, de voz extraña. No. King Desert, se oye la puta verga. Lillo, Neko, aquí, subimos, tenemos que subir, pregúntale a los Oshiyunpei, Oshima Yunpei. Ah, este fue el men que secuestramos y que traemos aquí. Ah, vale. ¿Algún problema? O de puta. Oshima Junpei. Interesante color, el nombre, color de nombre. Em, a ver, color de ojos. Obviamente no digo nada porque pues ustedes van a, si quieren ver el personaje y todo tendrán que leerse el manga. Que todavía no hemos sacado. Am, pero vamos a empezar a hacer el guión para el pirata. Mm, color de piel. ¿Cuál era, perdón? Ah, Ibori. Ibori, claro. Ah, vale. En Shenpei. ¿Qué minerales? Tengo un chingo de pobreza, hijo mío. No tengo muchos que digamos. 200 y algo dirán. No es mucho. Pero muy poco. Empieza a usar la relatera por un día. Esa mierda se te desaparece. No la ves a ver en tu puta vida. En fin. Um, pararam, pam, pam, pararam, 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 pam, pam. A ver. Eliminar. Eliminar. No. Algo no cuadra aquí. Ahora se cuadra. Ya me la por todos. Creo que sí, nice. Aquí. Ya tenemos todo, lo que significa que no podemos acercar. Bennett subió a Amistad 9. Nice. Entonces yo tengo a Bennett Amistad 9, un nivel más y 10 y un otro personaje que llevo al 10. Así que nada más, el Chinky ya lo tengo a ver. Jutao obviamente al 10. Nahida al 10, sorprendentemente. Bueno, sorprendentemente no, la uso 99.7. A pesar de que no es como un personaje como Utao que diga ¡ah! Pero sigue siendo uno de los mejores personajes de juego. Uno de los mejores personajes de juego. Junto a Bennett y a Furina ahora. Chinkyu nivel 10 y Bennett
Oh,
nivel 9.
wow. Where did that come
Me
from?
sorprende porque creo que Bennett yo lo usaba un chingo, pero me parece que no. Xianling nivel 9, o sea, y tiene más Xianling. He usado más a Xianling que al puto de Bennett. um, sí, lo tengo a nivel 8. Bueno, fue mi primer 5 estrellas, mi primer DPS 5 estrellas, mi primer DPS 5 estrellas. Jin la tengo amistad 4, Noel amistad 10, Diana 5, Fisher 7, 4, 1, 1, en 5, 7, 5 a Bárbara.
I
7, quiero crearme una nueva cuenta, extraño estos primeros momentos. 1, 3, 6, 6 a Coley. Interesante. Y a Janfei la tengo en 7, a pesar de que fue mi primer buen DPS, por así decirlo. Dios era. Buah. Qué buenos momentos fueron aquellos. Genshin, Charlotte. Estoy buscando números altos. Mira, incluso a Amber. Amber la tengo a 6. Pero por ejemplo a Lisa la tengo en 1. A Lisa no le hace ni una puta mierda. Mi equipo principal ya estaba ya, no sé. No sé si siquiera estaba. ¿Qué otro personaje anda en el principio? Kaya. 1 también. Y a Amber la tengo a 6. ¿Por qué putas? O sea, acá ya lo tengo a nivel 60. Acá ya lo tengo a nivel 66. Y a Amber la tengo a nivel 25. Y tiene más nivel de amistad que... O sea, la usé más veces a nivel 25 que acá ya a nivel 66. Y no solo es, está por la relatera. Creo que yo la tuve en la relatera un tiempo, no sé. Luego tenemos a Lynette. Que ya tengo al 4. Sorprendentemente también. Ejecutado. Interesante.
Now, this is what I call a moment of solitude.
Catalina.
Thank you for
Reclamar. Vale, la idea de hoy yo creo que no vamos a ir Mato a hacer las legendarias que nos falta total. Porque ya tenemos prácticamente todas las legendarias. Solo nos quedan las dos legendarias que todavía no hemos aceptado, así que vamos simplemente a aceptarlas. Yelan o Risley. Yelan. Vamos a pasear por Liyue. Maravilloso. Apagué la misión, pero solo tengo que pasear por Liyue. Bueno, solo tengo que aparecer en Liyue. Solo tengo que existir. Long time no see. ¿Quién era esta perra?
Thanks to the help of people like you and colleagues like Ganyu, better all the time.
Fue la emisión de Ganyu.
But I've been feeling distracted at work lately. It's a long story. But my father, he's thinking of stepping down from the Tianshu position due to health issues.
Huh? What's wrong with Uncle Tian?
Nothing specifically. He's not unwell. He says he's just increasingly low on energy these days. He's always said, old age comes for us all in the end. Still, I just can't help but feel a little emotional watching it happen to him. Anyway, my father's currently on the second floor of Yangsheng Tea House. Why don't you come pay him a visit with me? He seems very fond of you, too. I'm sure chatting with you will make him very happy.
Sure, let's go.
No. No sé. Tendremos que pensar más de todos los objetos que podría llegar a tener este personaje para poder continuar. ¿Qué tipo de objetos? No creo. No sé, no creo. Yo hablando conmigo mismo. Yo hablando conmigo mismo conmigo mismo para no decir nada de más. ¿Será? No creo. Y todo eso es tipo, ¿será qué? ¿En qué puta está pensando?
Uncle Tian, we're here to chat with you.
Oh? What a lovely surprise. Welcome. Oishi, why don't you go downstairs and get the shopkeeper to make us a fresh pot of tea?
The shopkeeper.
I heard that you've been traveling all over the place recently. I would very much like to hear your adventure stories.
Acabo de entender, o sea, que él dijo shopkeeper. O sea, alguien que quiere quedarse con el trabajo. O sea, ¿por qué no vas y le dices a la persona que quiere quedarse con su trabajo que venga y nos traiga un poquito de té? No sé, y es alguien importante en la nación, o sea, que tiene sentido, pero ¿en serio dijo eso o entendí mal?
Hoishin told you, didn't she? Don't worry. I'm quite all right. It's just the years gradually catching up with me. As I grow older, I'm starting to find that with many things, though the mind is willing, the flesh is weak. Especially recently, I've noticed a rather drastic drop in my energy levels. I am still very much in good standing as the Tianshu today. Nevertheless, I wish to pass on the position before my mental acuity begins to decline beyond redemption.
transfer the Tianshu position?
Oh, well, you see, the Tianshu is a rather unique position among the Liyue Qixing. Historically speaking, the Tianshu rarely appears in public. We stay behind the scenes, planning and giving advice. So a public selection process would not be suitable.
Un
We
cofre.
also want to keep any prospective Tianshu
Joder.
candidates free from influence by outside forces. So we tend to be as
Joder,
discreet
un
as
cofre ahí
possible
arriba,
in their
no mames.
assessment and appointment.
Mm,
For these reasons, the incumbent Tianshu typically recommends their candidate of choice, and this is then approved by the other Qixing members.
So in other words, you pick someone, and then Lady Keqing, Lady Ningguang, and the other Qixing appoint them?
Correct. Unfortunately, due to my health, I won't be able to assess every candidate myself. Not to despair, however, because I found someone exceptionally capable to act on my behalf as assessment officer. In fact, I believe you recently became acquainted with her yourself.
Oh? Who is it?
I'm
Ella.
heartbroken. I thought it might take you a little longer than this to forget all about me.
It's Yaron!
me voy a mordar de esto porque hola Barbie.
Jackpot. Uncle Tien here asked me to
Yeah,
assess
but-
3 candidates for him. Fancy joining me? You'll be among the first to get to know the next Tianshu. Might be a good opportunity for you.
What do you think? Paimon thinks so
Hello.
too. It can't be a bad thing to be on good terms with the new Qixing, right?
Alright then. Though, I gotta say, Uncle Tien, you say you're into behind-the-scenes planning? My work's of the covert variety too. Don't you think I might make a good Tianshu?
Huh? Yaron, you want to be the next Tianshu?
Huepa, hola
I'm not
Fran.
opposed to the idea.
Hola,
But I
¿cómo va?
suspect Ningguang wouldn't let you go very easily after how long you've been working together. So, how about this? If your investigation reveals that none of the other candidates are qualified for the position, I'll recommend you for the job.
Deal. Well, you guys take your time. Everything's all set for the assessments to go ahead.
Vale,
Meet me on the first floor when you're ready. Until then, have a pleasant conversation. Oh, and no need to pay for your tea. As the new owner of this fine establishment, this runs on the house.
¿Qué?
You're all set?
¿Qué?
Uncle Tian seems really worn down. It's like all his energy's gone.
Yeah.
¿Qué lloran?
Sound harsh,
¿Cómo?
but Uncle Tien is past his prime. He's not cut out for this anymore.
Acaba de decir lo siguiente, dijo, y no se preocupen de pagar su té. Esto lo paga como la nueva dueña de este total establecimiento, yo lo pago. O sea, acabo de comprar este establecimiento entero, ¿qué putas? Yo no entender.
So he's recommended 3 candidates. Their names are Qinwei, Mingguo, and Zhi. Qinwei is a wealthy entrepreneur. Mingguo works at the Liyue Ministry of Civil Affairs, and Zhi is focused on study and travel. Try to keep all that in mind. Of course, it doesn't really matter if you forget, since we'll be assessing them at Yuehai Pavilion in a short while.
Qianwei,
Vale.
Mingbo, Zhi. Paimon should be able to remember their names, but what does the assessment involve exactly?
Let's leave that until we get to Yuehai Pavilion. All right.
No,
Heads
aquí.
in the game, people. The stakes don't get much higher than a change in the Qixing. We can't afford to miss anything, no matter how small.
Yo quiero ir a analizar.
Got it.
Ah,
We'll
los
keep our
guantes.
eyes wide open.
Vale. Vale, esto me interesa. Vale.
I never embark on a journey without a good book
Busquemos.
to accompany me.
Es más rica que un arconte es más rica en qué.
Body and mind.
¿Sí entiende lo que digo?
Time to act.
Vale. ¿Esto dónde es? Arriba, supongo, ¿no? Creo que es más fácil volar hacia abajo. ¿Qué control tengo yo? Joder, hostia puta. ¿Qué control tengo yo? Procede a equivocarse muy épicamente. ¿Esto para qué? Shinkyo. Shinkyo como que vuela raro, ¿no? No sé.
My legs are getting
Desaparece
sore.
Shinkyo.
What is wrong with this assessment officer? This is a huge occasion and I don't even get a chair. I've dealt with all kinds of people in my time, but never have I been made to stand while I'm waiting for an appointment.
Creo que ya la cagó. Creo que no hace
I mean,
nada.
I think it's fine.
Ni sabía que Yelan en esa misión había comprado el local. Ok, todo puede skipear texto. Yo ni entendí, la verdad es que dijo, lo único que dijo fue, no se preocupe por pagar. Como la nueva dueña, todo está en la casa. ¿Por qué la nueva dueña? Eso fue todo lo que dijo, yo no sé a lo que se refería. Supongo que compró el local entero, no sé. What the fuck. O sea, va a una tienda a comprarte y se compra la tienda entera.
That's called being complacent. If you're happy to just accept the way things are, you'll never be able to change anything in the future.
Creo que es muy hijo de puta, creo que él no va a hacer
Come
nada.
on. That's just... Now you're just being unreasonable.
All right, you two. Let's not get into a big argument over this. It's not worth it. Qianwei, that was a bit uncalled for. And Mingbo, cut him some slack. We've all been standing around for a while. It's natural to be getting irritable. Look, how about this? There's
Otro
no rule
personaje
saying we're obliged to
clasista.
stand up while we wait, so why don't we borrow some chairs from the guild nearby?
Fine. They're not the best quality chairs, to be sure. But under the circumstances, it would be better than nothing.
It looks like all 3 candidates have arrived. We'll meet them formally soon. Before that, let me run you through the assessment process. I've split it into 2 stages: current affairs and planning, and face-to-face interview. In the first stage, candidates are required to submit a manifesto for Liyue's development. In the second stage, we will ask them some questions in person. Writing a manifesto takes time, so I informed them of this requirement in advance. These are the reports they submitted.
Wow. One of them is really thick.
It's also worth mentioning a stipulation I gave them. Whoever is appointed as the new Tianshu will be expected to implement their plan as put forward in their manifesto. Failing the occurrence of some cataclysmic event, they will not be permitted to change their plan. Therefore, these 3 piles of documents in front of us represent where each candidate stands on key policy issues. There's still some time. Have a skim through, get a first impression of what each person's proposing. I'll be waiting off to the side. Just let me know when you're done.
Vale, esto me llama la atención. Me chupan hectáreas de verga. Me chupan hectáreas de verga. Me chupan hectáreas de verga. Sí, están todos muy interesantes. Me llamó la atención.
Finished, huh? What did you think?
Exacto.
Everyone
Vale.
took it very seriously.
Of course they did. They have the chance to be picked as the new Tianshu, so you can bet they're putting their best foot forward. And keep in mind, whoever gets in has to execute their plan as written. Nobody wants to have any regrets.
Okay.
That's for me to know and you to find out. We can talk more after the interviews. We'll see the candidates now. Let's do one at a time. Start with Chenwei.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh? So you two are the assessment officers, are you? I had assumed that given the great import of this situation, Lady Ningguang would perhaps be assessing us in person. I certainly hadn't imagined I'd be seeing two entirely unfamiliar faces. I trust you've read through my manifesto? I'd be more than happy to clarify any details you found difficult to grasp. It was written with an expert audience in mind, after all.
Mind your tone, mister.
Relax. It wasn't intended as a personal slight against anyone in particular. I was simply stating a fact. Cloud Retainer? You know this Adeptus?
Mi camiseta de Yako se atrevió
yes, I
tanto.
remember now. You must be the traveler that people are constantly talking about. With your sterling reputation, you must have a respectable level of erudition. Perhaps you will be able to understand the concepts I have put forward. Yeah, although I shouldn't get my hopes up.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yes.
Vamos a
Please,
hablar
introduce
así.
yourself.
Maldito
I'm,
pendejo, ya sabemos que va a perder.
Mingguo. I work in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. I've worked there for 9 years, 5 months, and 3 days. In that time, I've handled 2,347 cases. I have 12 active cases at the moment. They should be concluded in 16 days. My current work is related to urban planning, and I'm also responsible for auditing the accounts. To be more precise, there are 3 parts to the accounts, namely...
Is it just Paimon, or is he not very good at public speaking?
Sí.
You know what? Let's leave the self-introduction there and move on to some questions.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
Hello. Not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little nervous. What would you like to know? You're here to assess me, so ask away and I'll answer your questions to the best of my ability.
Your manifesto is very wide in its scope, but you don't seem to be personally involved in many of the specific fields. How can you be sure that you have the ability to put your plan into action?
Very fair question. I completely understand where you're coming from. But I'm confident in my plan. I've visited many different places, talked to lots of people with far more expertise than myself, and my manifesto is the conclusion of these efforts. Of course, 2 different problems can be interconnected in very complicated ways, and you might reach 2 very contradictory conclusions depending on which one you're focusing on. What I've tried to do is strike a balance. In other words, present an optimal solution to all the problems as a whole.
How do you plan to determine whether you are right or wrong about your proposed solution being the optimal one?
A great question. Well, I'd start by having my colleagues and the secretaries of the Yuehai Pavilion evaluate any proposals before implementation. Post-implementation, it would all come down to the results. If it turned out that my judgment was to blame for poor results, I would take responsibility.
Nice answer. All right, next question.
He seems like a great guy. Everything he said was thoughtful and logical, and he was...
Here's my take on what we just learned. As you saw, Qianwei is highly knowledgeable. He proposes many excellent ideas in his manifesto, which effectively target the big issues. But he is very proud and incredibly stubborn. He doesn't care much about other people's feelings. Mingguo's plan is more thorough and more measured. You can tell he's meticulous in his work, very detail-oriented. But he and Qianwei are otherwise polar opposites. Mingguo is not very articulate and comes across as very timid in conversation.
Perfect summary. Paimon couldn't agree more. You're good at this, Yuan.
Last but not least, Zhi. His manifesto is full of pertinent details, his methodology is sound, and his proposals cover a broad range of fields, which is quite a rare feat. The depth he goes into in each and every area means it can only be a product of painstaking work. Plus, he is modest and good at dealing with people. But what really interests me is that many of his views happen to coincide with Uncle Tien's. Having someone like Jur-E take the position would certainly put Uncle Tien's mind at rest.
Great!
We'll see. Let's go back and report to Uncle Tien.
Espera un momento. Ay. Esto por acá. Subimos. Bajamos. Volamos. Oh, hueputa, me acabo de acordar el cofre que vimos antes. Ok, vaya salto que tan perfecto dimos ahí. Wow, me acabo de enterar que puedo saltar lejos si salto justo cuando hago uno de esos. Ok.
Time to act.
Estamos en el lugar equivocado un poco.
Time to act.
¿Dónde putas es?
Body and mind.
Por aquí. Arriba. Vale. Creo que lo pillo. Sí. Ya lo vi. Vamos, subimos, saltamos. Esperamos y volvemos a saltar.
Excellent.
No da protos. Vale. Parece que no me espera tanto en Liyue como en Mondstadt porque esos cofres no dan ni vergas.
I see. Then it's more or less as I anticipated.
All right. Then let me ask this. The ideas in Jur-E's manifesto are very similar to your own. Is there any particular reason behind this?
Vale.
I didn't want to say anything when I gave you the list of candidates, for fear of affecting your judgment. But I can tell you now. Those 3 candidates have all studied under me in the past. It's only natural that they share some similarities with me. But Xin Wei went on to focus on his business, and Ming Guo has always been occupied with his work at the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Of all of them, Juri was with me for the longest duration.
Whoa! So how did you get to know them all, Uncle Tien?
Okay.
Chen Wei was referred to me by an old friend. Ming Guo came to my attention in the course of my work. As for Juri, that was pure happenstance. We first met while fishing. Gradually, as we got to know each other, we started discussing all sorts of topics. Juri came from a poor family, and his parents died when he was very young. But he was a gifted student and a fast learner. He reminded me of a younger version of myself. So I started out giving him a few words of advice when we were out fishing and noticed how quickly he got on. Quite. And now, all of a sudden, he's grown into a mature young man. It's a joy to see. But it also gets one thinking. The young are growing up, and I am growing old. How time flies. No one can escape the cycle of life.
I don't know, Uncle Tien. You still seem in pretty good shape to me. You might have another few years of work left in you, don't you think?
Oh, you. There's really no need to console me. Having less energy than I used to isn't such a bad
Técnicas,
thing.
¿qué tipo de
It just
técnicas?
means I finally have a good reason to retire. spend my days doing what old men like me should be doing. Going fishing whenever I feel like it.
Sounds like you sure love fishing, Uncle Tien.
Ooh, there's nothing quite like fishing to pass the time. Ooh, and freshly caught fish, they make the most beautiful fish soup with barely any preparation required.
Fresh fish soup. Sounds tasty.
Doesn't it? Also, some time ago, Jury purchased a very special recipe from an old fisherman. When we've been fishing recently,
Vale.
Jury always brings some extra ingredients he prepared in advance. The addition of these makes the soup taste even more wonderful. That flavor makes for a fond memory. But at my age, who knows how many more chances I have left to taste it.
Oh, can Paimon
Vale.
come next time too? Paimon
Oh, Dios
wants to
mío.
try
A ver, estoy preguntándole
Let's
por
get
aquí
back to the matter at hand.
al chat
Uncle Tien, we've reported back.
significados
Do
de
you have a
algunas
verdict?
palabras para poder usarla.
I appointed you as the assessment
Ok,
officer.
gracias.
I trust
Gracias.
your
Me mandó un
judgment.
texto de 20
Bet you
palabras,
asked me
de,
why
de
Jury's
20.000
ideas were
palabras,
so similar
re
to
largo, y yo
mine.
leí 2 palabras, entendí,
I was
conseguí lo
not
que yo
going to
necesitaba,
mention
así
my
que no me
history
importa
with
nada
any
más.
of them. This decision must be guided by what is fair and right. Please disregard
Vale.
all other considerations and make your final decision.
Ok.
Only after a thorough review of each candidate's talents and capabilities. Remember, you must be thorough.
Understood.
Ok.
Come on, let's go talk somewhere else.
Técnicas.
Bye-bye, Uncle Tien. Look after yourself. So, it's gonna be Jiri, right? His manifesto was written well, and he's the best speaker.
Easy. Let's not
A
rush.
ver.
There's no time limit for this assessment.
Huh? So, are you gonna give them more tests or something?
No, nothing like that. The assessment itself is complete. But let me give you a word of advice. Things are not always as they appear. The biggest no-no in intelligence work is to only get information from the person of interest themselves. The truth is almost always hidden beneath many layers of deception. You have to get information through many different channels. For example, Wenyuan, Shanghua.
Yes?
What the fuck?
Lady Yelan, what are your orders?
Ugh! Who are they? Where did they come from?
Did they scare you? These two are Wenyuan and Shanghua. They work for me. As my trusted assistants, they are always standing guard nearby.
También tiene los
They
guantes,
also
uno blanco
perform
y uno
various
negro.
assignments as required. Shanghua is a business expert who gets his information by trading. Wenyuan relies on word of mouth. And there's also Upei, who's not here right now.
That meathead must have been out there on sea surveillance for some time now. Is he all right? I seem to remember that he can't swim.
Nothing can take that guy down. Certainly not a little wind and waves.
Shanghua, visit all the commerce guilds and look into Qianwei's background. Wenyuan, go to the Ministry of Civil Affairs and look through Mingbo's work files.
Yes, ma'am.
Ok.
So what about Juri?
Pues estamos nosotras. ¿no?
Jur-E.
Pues
Well,
ustedes.
obviously, as the most promising candidate, we will be investigating him ourselves. Let's go to the docks first. Lots of people passing through there. You can find out all kinds of things.
If we're looking for information, why don't we try talking to Blue-Eye, the owner of Wanyu Boutique? He does business at the North Wharf. Maybe he has some news for us.
That's actually not a bad
Vale.
idea. Let's go and ask him.
Vale, seleccionamos la misión. No podemos, chinga su madre.
Body and mind.
Limpia los residuos flotantes en el hoyo de noche. Chinga su madre, esta fue una misión que cogí ayer. ¡No! Maldita mierda. Ok. Vamos acá, rebajamos. Thank you. Jutao. ¿Qué pasa si me tiro agua con...? Sí, sí, sí. Ah, maldita mierda. ¡No! ¡Oh de puta! El Gustavo remurió de nuevo. Pinche gonorrea de mierda. Inútil hija de puta. A ver. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yo recuerdo que antes le daba 1, y ya yo nadaba así antes. En fin. Ah, que ahora quiere que haga lo mismo, pues no te mueves. Qué hijo de puta. Ok. Vamos al otro muelle, pues. Subimos. Seguimos subiendo. Vale. Ok. Con cuidado no caernos en agua porque si no seamos jodidos. Vale. Pum. Pum. Y... pum. Gente, estamos jodidos. Odio mi vida. Odio mi ultra hiper puta vida. Joder, una puta mierda. A ver. Venimos. Estamos por acá. Maldita puta mierda esta. Joder. Maldita mierda, triple hueputa. Vale. Akuno de ese hijo de puta. Pinche hijo de gonorrea, puta mierda. O sea, ya la verga. Naka Bawen. ¿Bawen no es uno de los candidatos o todo estoy loco yo? La puta, está en China. Vámonos. Para abajo que no vamos. Bitch. Bueno, Jutao, la verdad es que sufrió un poquito de daño, pero sobrevivió. Con un poquito de vida, pero sobrevivió. Probablemente al borde de la muerte, pero está más viva que moribunda. Pum. Jutao viva al borde de la muerte. Ah, no, esta es hija de puta. Vale, ok. Sí, sí, ok. Oh, sí, claro. Oh, perfecto. Busca volar en el borde norte. Busca mi bola derecha, mi hijo de puta. Vale. Boom, boom. Saltamos. Bajamos. Rápido, rápido.
What's Polite doing here today?
Look, your asking price for this batch is just too high. I can't buy it at this price. How am I supposed to turn a profit?
Vale.
Come on, hear me out. I'm telling you, this is the single best batch of Sunsetias ever. You won't find anyone who disputes that. I accidentally dropped one into a well, and even the water turned sweet. Even so... All right. I'll let you in on a little secret. The boss of Second Life also wants to buy from me. but I haven't responded yet. If you won't take him, I'll just have to partner with them instead. And neither of us wants that.
Okay, well, when you put it that way, I'll accept your asking price. I'll take all your stock. Don't sell a single one to Second Life.
XT.
Oh, what are you doing here? And to be clear, these Sunsettias are mine. I got to them first. Don't get any ideas.
Vale.
Actually, we want to ask you about a guy called Juri. Have you heard of him before?
Juri? Yes, he's quite well known. I've heard a story about him. They say he was born into poverty. His parents died when he was young, and he was treated cruelly by the local community. One of his neighbors was terribly rude to him all the time, but Juri never retaliated. And when his neighbor went bankrupt, he even helped support the family. He returned cruelty with kindness, injustice with peace offerings. A gentleman of talent and character, and... oh, how did I not notice him sooner? In fact, maybe I'm not too late. If I could hire him to be the brand ambassador for Wanyo Boutique.
Oh, he sounds like a decent man. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Why are you asking about him anyway? You aren't looking for a brand ambassador too, are you? Well then, in that case, the higher bidder takes the... Ah, that's Juri right over there. Why don't we go and talk to him?
Where? Where?
It's him, all right. Looks like he's chatting with Linlong. Come on, let's follow them and listen in. Try not to let him see you. We want this information to be as truthful as possible.
I'll just go and fetch an employment contract. And hey, don't try and cut me out of this.
I understand. Let's walk and talk.
¿Qué pasa si me ve? Que ni que está volteando.
So, you were looking to...
What's the hurry? Don't get too close, or he'll see you.
Eran cuestión de teorías de rasteo.
Try not to let him see you.
Okay.
I understand. Let's walk and talk. So, you were looking to buy a wineware set? Oh, now I can see that you're a connoisseur, so I won't bother trying to con you. I trust you understand our shop quite well?
Vale.
The truth is, an old friend of mine, who likes to have a drink now and then, he fancies himself...
What's the hurry? Don't get too close, or he'll see you.
Joder, estaba detrás de unas putas cajas, hija de puta. Joder.
Try not to let him see you.
I understand. Let's walk and talk.
Vale.
So, you were looking to buy a wineware set? Oh, now I can see that you're a connoisseur, so I won't bother trying to con you. I trust you understand our shop quite well?
The truth is, an old friend of mine, who likes to have a drink now and then...
Ah, pero si me para acá...
He fancies himself as a man of culture,
No me ve.
but doesn't care for needless extravagance. So I thought I might buy him a set of high-quality fakes.
How very thoughtful of you. Leave it to me, then. Come and collect it at Shigu Antiques whenever is convenient.
Wow.
What are you waiting for? We won't hear anything at this rate.
Thank you very much, Miss Linlong.
¡Yala!
Try not to let him see you. We want this information to be as truthful as possible.
I understand. Let's walk and talk.
Oh, me gusta rodar.
So, you were looking to buy a wineware set? Oh, now I can see that you're a connoisseur, so I won't bother trying to con you. I trust you understand our shop quite well?
What's the hurry? Don't get too close, or he'll see you.
Estaba cerca. Yela, me estresas. Me estresa toda esta mierda.
Try not to let him see you. We want this information to be as truthful as possible.
I understand. Let's walk and talk.
Let's walk and talk. ¿Quién puta habla así? Joder.
So, you were looking to buy a wineware set? Oh, now I can see that you're a connoisseur, so I won't bother trying to con you. I trust you understand our shop quite well?
The truth is, an old friend of mine, who likes to have a drink now and then, he fancies himself as a man of culture, but doesn't care for needless extravagance. So I thought I might buy him a set of high-quality fakes.
How very thoughtful of you. Leave it to me, then. Come and collect it at Shigu Antiques whenever is convenient.
¿Qué? Es una... ¿Qué? ¿Qué dijo? Habla más claro. Y Santi,
Thank you
¿qué está
very much,
haciendo?
Miss Linlong.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Juri. These days, it's quite rare for someone of your standing to still keep up with their old friends. It's nice to see. I'll be sure to pick out a good set for you. You can count on me. Juri seems to get along really well with everyone. Are you satisfied now, Yelan? Seems like everyone thinks Juri's a great guy.
We shouldn't jump to conclusions just yet. Let's go check out the wharf where he usually goes fishing.
Do we have to? Wait, you're not just trying to dig up some dirt on Juri because you want to be Tianchu yourself.
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. But hey, if I do become Tianshu, I'll look out for you guys. You'll be able to try all the finest food for free. How does that sound?
We will? Well, come on! Off to the South Wharf we go!
Ay, 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 Paimon. Joder. Vale.
The wharf is as busy as ever. I hear the anglers here sometimes sell their fish to the nearby fishmongers. Let's see what Uncle Soon has to say.
Vale.
Welcome. What would you like to buy today?
Sorry to interrupt. We're actually members of the, Liyue Anglers Association, and we just wanted to ask a few questions about someone. We've heard about this young
los
man
peces.
called Jer-E, who's supposed to be a fantastic fisherman. Just wondering if you happen to have heard of him?
No, hola, nosotros somos peces. Queremos saber sobre el pescador de...
Whoa! Yeon made up a whole fake identity without batting an eyelid.
Ah, yes, Jury. He's been making quite a name for himself recently. I've got some friends who travel all over the place, and they tell me everywhere they go they meet someone who's heard of him. Apparently, he had a rather tough time growing up. Had to work several jobs alongside his studies to make ends meet. How does that saying go? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Well, if there's anything to that logic, he's sure to be phenomenally successful one day.
Yeah, we think so too.
But I'm afraid your Anglers Association might be in for a disappointment.
Oh? Why's that?
He's good at a lot of things, but fishing isn't one of them. He fishes at the wharf and sells what he catches to me on occasion. His catches are always mediocre. Not terrible, but equally nothing to write home about. If you're looking to recruit some new members, though, I do know a few top anglers I could put you in touch with.
That sounds fantastic. I've got a couple of other things to attend to right now, though, so why don't I come back some other time and we can chat over a drink?
Sure thing. See you.
Everywhere they go, they meet someone who's heard of him. Come on, let's keep asking around.
Vamos por acá. Estoy buscando pistas. Joder, hostia puta. Busca pistas por acá abajo. Supongo que no. Puta abuela. No.
Here to buy some fish? It's 300 for one or 3 for 1,000. You better hurry. When they're gone, they're gone.
Hello.
¿Qué?
We're from the Society for Fish Price Research. We'd just like to ask a few questions.
Wow, she switched identity again.
Society for Fish Price Research? I haven't done anything illegal. Stay out of my business.
Please, don't worry. We're just here to conduct a simple survey. We've heard about a certain Jer-E who's been selling fresh fish at low prices in this area recently. Do you know anything about this?
So this isn't about me. You should have said something, you know. I know the guy. I can tell you what I know. I haven't heard anything about him selling fresh fish at low prices, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was him.
Oh? Why is that?
Because he's so poor. His parents died when he was very young, and his alcoholic father still owed a huge amount of debt. No one wanted anything to do with him. He was still a kid when he first came to the wharf. His clothes were ragged, and he had a bandage wrapped around his head. And he managed to survive, thanks to Uncle Tien, who gave him some food. But still to this day, he doesn't have a lot of mora to his name. I mean, he can afford to eat and everything, but you'll often see him haggling with others over just a few mora. So, I wouldn't be surprised to find out he's been selling a few fish. It's not like he catches much anyway, so it's not going to affect my business. Don't tell him I said that.
You'd rather he didn't know?
Well, I spoke to him once, briefly, and I just had a feeling that he really cares what other people think of it. I think he has pretty low self-esteem, but hey, it's hardly my place to say anything. What he's achieved already puts most people to shame.
And nobody's perfect. I just wouldn't want to upset him. That's all.
I see. Well, thank you for sharing that with us.
Not a problem. And just for the record, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the price of my fish.
The more times you say it, the less convincing it becomes.
Doesn't have a lot of mora to his name. Okay, let's keep going.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl. Woo!
Okay.
Huh? Hey, it's you guys. Wait, what's the phrase? Oh yeah. Honored to meet you. What brings you to me?
The truth is, we are but newcomers to this territory. We heard tell of a great martial artist, Master Dugu, who knows everything there is to know. Hence, we sought you out to ask for your guidance.
Really? People said I know everything there is to know?
But of course. We also heard that Master Dugu is a kind and virtuous swordsman who never turns away anyone who comes with questions.
Great! So what do you wish to know? Nothing happens on this street that I don't know about.
Now she's lying to a kid.
So, Master Dugu, have you heard of one by the name of Jur-E?
Sure have. You mean that guy that all the grown-ups are talking about these days? I've heard many tales of Juri. For example, I can't remember. Probably because it's nothing that important. I prefer stories about sword-fighting heroes.
Oh, I can completely understand that. Then let me ask you this. Do you remember roughly when the grown-ups started talking about Jur-E?
Oh yeah, I know that. It was about 2 or 3 months ago. Before that, people always used to talk about Juri in a kind of nasty tone of voice. But 2 or 3 months ago, suddenly everyone started to like him. Sometimes he gives me candies, so I'm glad that people are starting to like him now.
Just as I thought.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, just as I thought, Master Dugu is indeed as kind and virtuous as the legends claim.
I'm not that great. Oh yeah, one other thing. These days, there's a lot of people I've never seen before talking about Juri stories in the street. They seem like nice people.
Oh, definitely.
Great! So next time I see them, I'll say hi. And I guess I can share some of my candies with them too.
Certainly. You can also tell my friend in Genshin Tea House about what they're up to. I'm sure my friend would also like to say hi to them.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Well, fare thee well, Master Dugu.
Until we meet again.
Any of that sound strange to you?
Strange? What was strange about it? Juri seems to have a great reputation. Uncle Soon and Uncle Gas spoke highly of him, and Dugu Shuo seems to like him too.
True. But the issue is, where did his sudden celebrity come from? It almost seems too good to be true.
Sudden? Too good to be true? What do you mean?
So he returns cruelty with kindness, and had to work to support his studies. These are the kinds of things that make someone well known in their hometown. But Uncle Soon said even his friends who travel far and wide hear about him wherever they go. That's a little over the top, if you ask me. Do you remember what Dugu Shuo said about Jur-E's stories? Clearly they left him with a good impression of the guy. But beyond that, he wasn't interested in the details. That's the reaction I would expect from any normal person. Plus, There's the fact that all this praise of Jur-E has only been happening within the last 2 or 3 months. His childhood, his studies, the thing with his neighbor. None of these are recent events.
¿Tú sabes
So why
cómo
are these
ahorrar?
stories only going around now?
¿Tú sabes cómo ahorrar papel de baño? ¿Cómo?
When you put it like that, it is kinda strange.
Of course, if that's all there was to it, I wouldn't look into it any further. Jur-E was born into a poor family. Paying people to get his stories out there is within the rules of the game as far as I'm concerned. The problem is, do you remember what Uncle Gao said about him? He's stayed poor his whole life. Everything he's earned he's either spent on studying, traveling, or paying off debts. I don't think he has the mora to pay for a publicity campaign. Right. And that changes everything. It can mean a powerful faction is trying to gain influence over the Liu Xixing. That's the worst case scenario. But all too often, the most pessimistic speculation turns out to be closest to the truth.
Someone's trying to gain influence over the Qixing? That sounds serious. What should we do?
¿Hay algún personaje con machete? En el manga
First,
no podría ser.
Don't worry, I've got a plan. Remember the current affairs and planning stage of the assessment? Since the successful candidate is duty-bound to implement their plan after taking office, their manifesto tells us their stance on key issues. Whoever is secretly helping Jur-E must be seeking to benefit from his actions after his appointment. So, we should be able to find some hints in Jur-E's manifesto on who we're dealing with. Come on, let's get back to Yenshang Tea House.
Vale. Vale, entonces, no sé, la verdad, vamos a subir. Vale. Entonces, lo que pasa es lo siguiente. Aparece este sujeto, se ve muy perfecto, es buenísimo, es increíble. Entonces lo estamos investigando y nos damos cuenta que él se volvió famoso de la noche a la mañana hace 2 meses. Y eso es muy raro, eso no es muy conveniente. Eso no es como muy normal que se vuelva tan famoso de la noche a la mañana y que sea tan bueno de repente. Mientras antes la gente decía que lo odiaba, así que de odio al amor es solo un paso. Y de la vergüenza, no sé, y del fin del mundo, no sé, sí, exacto, efectivamente eso mismo.
Jur-E's manifesto covers a huge range of topics. Looking for details that don't add up? It'll be like trying to... I'll divide the reports into 2 piles. You take one, I'll take the other. When we're finished, we'll put our heads together. Officially, the assessment is already over, and I'll be expected to announce the results before long. So we have to get to the bottom of this as quickly as we can.
Yikes! We better hurry!
Whatever else Uncle Tian might think of Jur-E, the fact remains that he's one of his favorite students. Any evidence he's left is not going to be immediately obvious. We'll have to look carefully and think critically.
Vale.
Even though Yelan took half, this is still a lot to get through. Well, we gotta start somewhere.
Ay, Dios mío. ¿Qué habilidades podría tener este personaje? Vale. Vale.
Oh, this reading is giving Paimon a headache.
Se regenera su cuerpo como Deadpool. No. No, tampoco puedo decir la idea como para que me den consejos. Ah,
Let's take a break.
Looks like I'm the first one back, as usual.
Oh, hey! It's one of Yeon's little helpers, Shunhua! If you're back, that means you finished investigating Tianwei, right?
You betcha. I visited all the commerce guilds and gathered a wealth of information. Every time they asked me to leave, but I always had another trick up my sleeve.
Don't drag this out. Just tell us your findings.
Yes, Lady Yelan. To summarize my findings, most people who've had interactions with Tianwei will start out complaining about how proud and arrogant he is, but then go on to give a generally positive appraisal of him. The young master of the Feiyun Commerce Guild said that Tianwei appears arrogant, but he's very scrupulous in the way he works. Once he signs a contract with somebody, he treats them fairly regardless of their background.
Who'd have thought?
Is it possible that his reputation is fake? Is there any way you can check the accounts of the businesses under his name?
In theory, that should be very difficult. But here's the thing. I asked around and found out that almost all of Tianwei's accounts are open to the public. Where he buys from and sells to should be confidential business information, but he doesn't seem interested in protecting it at all. Tianwei often sees business opportunities that others don't, but once he's made enough mora off of it, it's like he gets sick of it and releases all of his trade secrets. It's like he wants people to know that they still can't beat him, even if he shares all of his secrets. The fact that someone like that can still make mora is pretty infuriating when you think about it.
What a strange guy. It's like he's not doing business to make mora, but instead...
To validate his theories. No wonder his manifesto contains so many insights. It's all the result of his first-hand experimentation.
I'm back! Huh? Ah, how come you're here?
Why do you think? Obviously, because I possess superior skills, and am always one step ahead of the competition. Well, when you're the competition, at least.
You... Ugh, whatever. I'm not getting into an argument with you. If I hadn't had something else to take care of on the way, I would have been back long before you. Lady Yelan, I have finished investigating Minghua.
Well...
¿Qué quiere? ¡Ah!
The Ministry of Civil Affairs says that Minghua struggles to get his words out when he gets nervous, especially when he's chatting with strangers. But after a few days of getting to know him, you can pretty much have a normal conversation with him. On the whole, the feedback from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was very positive. He always considers the things that everyone else overlooks.
In your opinion, was the Ministry of Civil Affairs' appraisal of Minghua at all exaggerated?
I don't believe so. Minghua is someone who has slowly but surely earned the reputation he has today. According to Miss Yu, the Ministry often gets Minghua to take a final look at projects before they're implemented. People feel much more confident in something if it has his stamp of approval. Oh, and also, there was once someone in the Ministry who was lying and cheating to try to advance their career. Minghua gave them the scolding of a lifetime. Apparently, he can be terrifying when he loses his temper. I haven't seen it for myself, though.
Whoa, that's hard to imagine.
Like I said before, things are not always as they appear.
Ah, so that's what you meant by that. I'm starting to get it now.
Thank you both. You're free to go now. So, have you finished reading the manifesto?
We still have a bit left.
can't see any immediate problems looking at the individual entries. The only one that strikes me as a little unusual is the Cheongshu Pool redevelopment plan. Cheongshu Pool has always been home to many secrets. Plus, Ajdaha once wrought havoc there, so there are even more secrets buried deep underground. At some point, a rumor began to go around that there is great treasure buried beneath Cheongshu Pool. A long time ago, with the approval of the Qixing, a mining team conducted an exploratory excavation there.
So, did they find any treasure?
Joder.
None.
Es que me llega aquí en el puto...
The only way they could have gotten through the solid rock would have been by blowing it
Ya me
open
llega
with
acá
a
en el
special
puto
kind of
celular.
explosive. The technology wasn't mature enough at that time, so the excavation project was shut down and the treasure became a mere legend. Zhi-Yi's manifesto focuses on solving problems, and this treasure hunt seems extremely risky. It seems out of step with the rest of his plans. Still, this one fact alone doesn't tell us much. Everyone wants to get their hands on this treasure. The treasure hoarders, the Fatui, even local Liyue factions. Did you find anything?
Excavation? Project? Treasure? Did we read anything similar in our half of the manifesto? Oh yeah! Zhi-Yi said the Blackcliff Forge workers should get right of first refusal if any suitable projects come up.
Did he now? Well, that makes everything much clearer. So Zhi-Yi wants the Blackcliff Forge to excavate the treasure of Cheongshu Pool.
Does that mean the Blackcliff Forge is Zhi-Yi's secret supporter?
No, not likely. I've looked into the Blackcliff Forge before. They aren't involved with any powerful factions at present. They do possess some specialized explosives, but it would seem more trouble than it's worth to put so many resources into a risky project like this. Still, since the clues are pointing toward the Blackcliff Forge, we should see where they lead. We may well find something new.
Shenwei and Mingbo both turned out to be completely different than what we thought. What about Zhi-Yi? Is there another side to him too?
Joder, ese ventilador puta mierda.
Toodaloo.
Pues puto ventilador de mierda, no para que tiene un puto ventilador si no putamente funciona. Que es bonito pues se transporta acá la cámara de Jade. Es una de las mejores cosas. Puta va a morir, fue puta. Maldita puta mierda.
Let's look around for clues. From the back, it looks like a ledger, but it seems they also use it as a site log. We don't know who wrote it, but it's interesting, don't you think? These newcomers, who could have sent them?
You think they're suspicious?
Yes. Look, it says right there, one of them's already been promoted to team leader. At this rate, by the time the Cheongshu Pool redevelopment plan is ready to roll, they'll be the technical backbone of the team. That'll give them the chance to take a lot of liberties. They can copy any secret texts or steal any treasure they find underground. Imagine if we didn't suspect anything. By the time Zhi-Yi recommends the Blackcliff Forge for the excavation project, at most we would maybe do a fresh background check on the place. No red flags if all they did was change some key staff. And even if we decided to vet the staff individually, they'd have had more than enough time by then to come up with fake identities. That's the advantage of planning this far in advance. It was a clever move.
When you put it like that, it all makes sense. If we hadn't found this out, someone else would have stolen the treasure. So, who's really behind all this?
That's a question for the newcomers. But let's start with that worker over there for now.
Vale.
Excuse us. We want to ask you about the newcomers.
You want them to teach you or something? I gotta say, these newcomers are in tip-top shape. Fast learners, too. They're picking up all the skills unbelievably fast. My only complaint is that they're always going out drinking at night. But they never let us join them. I guess they just need some time to adjust. I'm sure we'll get to know each other over time.
They go out drinking. This area isn't exactly renowned for the nightlife. I'm guessing it's a long trip to the nearest tavern.
You got that right. They tell me they go all the way back to Liyue Harbor to drink at Wanmin Restaurant. It rained after work today, so they actually stuck around at the site for a while. But as soon as the rain stopped, they went out drinking again right away. Hey, you're only young once, right? I say, if they can hack it, let them at it.
Interesting. Let's go talk somewhere else. Looks like our hunch was on the Mora. These newcomers are very suspicious. Drinking in Liyue Harbor, huh? Some cover story. I'll wager they've been going to intelligence updates. Good thing it rained today. It means they'll leave footprints. I doubt they'd give themselves away that easily, but let's follow them and try our luck.
Vale.
Huh? Oh, they went that way. Hurry, we gotta catch up. Huh? Oh.
Vale.
Huh? These footprints are heading towards Liyue Harbor. Maybe we were wrong about them.
Tal vez iban a Liyue.
Just as I thought. They didn't go to Liyue Harbor. They went that way.
Vale.
The footprints stop here. But, judging from the direction, I'm guessing their destination was that abandoned house.
Vale, aquí no era nada probar a hiela, no, o no, no. Vale. Okay. Vale, solo nos queda uno y estaba justo aquí.
Looks like we were too late. This has gotta be where the newcomers rendezvous with whoever they're working for. But all the evidence has been destroyed. Look at these ashes. Someone was burning documents not long before we arrived.
Could there be anything left? Maybe the wind could have blown the fire out before everything was finished burning.
The odds of that are very slim. It's practically impossible. I've checked. All the paper's been burned.
Why don't we wait for them back at the Black Cliff Forge? They've got to go back there sooner or later.
We can't count on that. Clearly they were based here at one point, but it's mysteriously abandoned now. To me, that says that whoever's behind this has moved them somewhere else, to throw our investigation off course.
Darn! Guess this is where our trail runs cold.
Make no mistake, the purpose of our trip wasn't to find any solid evidence. We just need to figure out who's behind Jur-E. I smelled something peculiar the moment I came in. Those newcomers probably thought they'd be safe as long as they burned the letters. But what they failed to consider is that paper and ink from different regions produce different odors when they're burned.
Really? Paimon can't smell anything. Do you?
There is a certain place with a freezing cold climate where there's nothing but ice as far as the eye can see. Some wealthy people there put floral fragrance in their ink as a way of injecting a little romance into their writing. When that fragrant ink is burned, this is the exact odor that it leaves behind. Exactly. The evidence will soon be blown away by the wind, so it's nothing we can arrest anyone with. But it's all I need. Now I know who we're dealing with. I can plan our next move.
Lady Yelan! Oh, thank goodness I finally found you. I thought I'd never see you again.
Who are you?
Don't be alarmed. This is Upei. He's Wenyuan and Shanghua's colleague. I sent him to look into Jur-E's regular contacts. Since Jur-E likes fishing, Upei thought he might know some of the fishermen and sailors, so he took a boat out to sea to ask around. I left him a note at Yanshang Tea House telling him to look for me at Blackcliff Forge when he got back. If there'd been an ambush waiting for us there, it means we'd have had some backup. So, what did you find out at sea?
Forgive my incompetence. I asked all the fishermen multiple times, but none of them had any interactions with Jur-E before. When I got back, I heard that you'd gone to Blackcliff Forge and might need backup, so I went straight there as fast as I could. Didn't even stop to change my clothes.
Well, Uncle Tian said that Jur-E once bought a recipe from one of the fishermen. Did you hear anything about that at all?
What? That's news to me. No, that's not possible. It's absolutely not possible. Lady Yelan, I'm telling you, I spoke to every single fisherman out there, and none of them mentioned anything about a recipe.
Interesting. Then I wonder how that even more wonderful fish soup came about.
Vale.
Fish soup? What fish soup?
Nothing. Our priority right now is to find a way to get our hands on some solid evidence. Well, any suggestions? Not a bad idea. Upei, what do you think?
Honestly, I've already tried following Jur-E, but the guy's too cautious. Never meets with anyone suspicious.
Okay, so tailing's out.
No, we'll still need to tail him. But first, we need to do some groundwork.
Groundwork?
Vale.
When you've worked in intelligence for a long time, you'll understand that no one can stay on high alert forever. Especially when he thinks he's about to win. Tomorrow morning, I'll announce his victory at Yohai Pavilion. Take a guess what you think he'll do next. Be sure to arrive on time. You won't want to miss the show.
Ok. Vale, espera hasta el día siguiente. What the fuck? Copiar. Ahora sí. Vale, lo tengo. Supongo que vamos a ir a la parte de arriba, ¿no? Oh, puta. Espero que no me la haya pasado la hora. Su puta madre. Entonces no fue buena idea ir a 10. Joder, todo lo que se mueve solo para hacer esta puta mierda. Vale. Pum. Mm. Qué hijos de puta. Qué gonorreas. Vale. Vale, vale, vale. Un poquito más por acá, pero estuve cerca. Nos veo.
It looks like we're all here. Well then, time for me to announce the results of the assessment process. I won't drone on about the importance of the Tianshu role. Suffice to say that Uncle Tian entrusted me with the monumentally important task of assessing the candidates. And now, it falls to me to give him a satisfactory answer.
All of us here know the score. Don't beat around the bush, just get on with it.
Qianwei has many pioneering ideas, but some of his plans are lacking in detail, and he easily gets into testy exchanges with other people. Mingguo is reliable, but not quite ambitious enough, and because of his personality, he struggles to win people over. In contrast, Zhi is evenly balanced across the board, and enjoys an excellent reputation in Liyue. After much consideration, I have decided to recommend Zhi to the Liyue Qixing.
What?
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Honestly, I'm a little surprised to hear my name being announced. In my estimation, all three of us are worthy candidates for the Tianshu position. As your competitor, I've become keenly aware of your great talents. Would either of you entertain the possibility of working with me in the future? And taking on some of my workload?
I'll have to see. I'm in a bad mood. This is the last thing I want to be thinking about right now.
I don't mind, as long as I can help.
Okay, well, that's all from me. Zhi, you'll have some preparation to do. It won't be long before you're informed of your official appointment. I hope you will work hard and make Uncle Tian proud.
I will live up to the Tianshu name. On this, you have my word. I should go. I need to pack my things, and then I think a celebratory meal is in order. Would anyone like to join me?
Count me out. I'm not in the mood for a celebration.
Zhi seems pretty relaxed now. This would be a good time to follow him.
Hey, traveler, tell me something. What exactly does that guy have that I don't? If you can't answer that, I'm not accepting this result.
I, also wouldn't mind knowing.
Oh no, if we get stuck here, we won't be able to leave.
Follow him.
Yes, ma'am.
Vale.
We finally got...
Lady Yelan, Zhi has gone towards Feiyun Slope.
Follow him, quickly.
So Zhi really sided with the Fatui? What?
Difficult to say, but everything should become a lot clearer when we find him.
Ok, esto por acá. A ver. Bajamos.
I'm sorry, Lady Yelan. We lost him. He's too good at this. We weren't able to keep following him without being seen.
How the heck did he manage to shake Yelan's sportness? I guess Zhi didn't let his guard down. Still as vigilant as ever.
No, Upe says he's much more relaxed than usual. Maybe it's just how he's wired. Perceptive enough to sense when he's being watched.
But
Don't blame yourselves. Let's not forget he was trained by Uncle Tian himself. Evading detection is not an unusual skill for him to have. If I'd asked you to tail Uncle Tian, you'd have ended up at a dead end too. It's fine. So, where did you lose him?
Xinyue kiosk. He only went in briefly. Upe and I were watching outside the whole time. A few moments later, a man dressed in a completely different outfit came out. Upe had a feeling that it was him, but we couldn't get close enough to check without blowing our cover. I figured that if we spooked him, it would undo what we've accomplished today so far. Another option would have been to arrest him there and then, but without any evidence, that would have been meaningless. So I stopped Upe, and I stayed here to wait for you while that meathead went to ask around in Xinyue kiosk.
Good work. The fish didn't take the bait, but that's okay. As long as he's still swimming around, we'll find a way to catch him eventually. Let's go to Xinyue kiosk.
Puedo comprar. Usted no vio nada, yo no compré nada, no. Para nada. No.
Could you explain to me how that works? A guy like him comes in, changes his whole outfit right under your nose, and you don't even ask him about it?
Our customers are free to dress however they please. What grounds would I have to question him?
Okay, fair enough, but didn't you think it was just a little bit strange?
Well, maybe I did, but it still doesn't give me the right to stop him.
Enough. Let's tone this down a little. I'll make this quick. Just one question. What did he buy while he was here?
Oh, he didn't buy anything. He just picked up a bottle of liquor that he ordered ages ago.
A bottle of liquor?
Yes, a very strong kind. Fiery, with a rich flavor. Not something the average customer would order. This gentleman ordered it in person from us a long time ago. He was only here today to pick it up.
Liquor and wineware. I see. Let's go.
Vale.
Where to?
Shigu Antiques.
Ya veo. Okay.
Hey, Miss Linlong. Sorry to bother you. Zhi ordered a wineware set from you not long ago, right? We're friends of his. He's been telling us how impressed he is with the quality, considering how affordable it was. So we just had to come and take a look for ourselves.
Sure. Which model are you looking for?
Vale.
We don't really know a whole lot about wineware. Let's just go with Zhi's choice. Would you be able to show us the one he bought?
Zhi picked up his set not long ago. As a quality imitation of an antique wineware set, it has the look and feel of a luxury item. Just so you're aware, we don't have many of this model left in stock. And now that Mr. Zhi has taken one, I'm afraid it may encourage the price to go up a little.
Don't worry. Price shouldn't be an issue. I'm sure we can work something out. But I'm just a little hazy on one thing. Did Zhi's wineware set include wine glasses, or...?
For this set, the wine glasses are sold separately. Minimum purchase is 1 glass, maximum is 4. Mr. Zhi bought 2.
Okay. Thanks, Linlong. Seems there's a little more to buying wineware than I first thought. We'll have to mull it over.
Well, don't take too long. We could sell out any day now. All right, see you next time.
This is turning into a real headache.
I'd just like to point out that we have the self-professed Grand Master of Fieldwork here to thank for being wholly incapable of tailing an ordinary civilian without being seen.
It's not like you did any better.
My specialty is information trading, okay? I don't have the physical agility. What's your excuse?
Fair point.
Yelan, so has the plan failed? Oh, if we can't figure out where Jerry went, there's not much we can do. But why was he buying liquor at Shinju's kiosk anyway? To celebrate?
If so, it's no ordinary celebration.
What do you mean?
First of all, Jur-E isn't much of a drinker. On some level, he hates alcohol because of what it did to his father. If he was just looking to celebrate by himself, he wouldn't spend his meager savings on an expensive bottle of alcohol, let alone buy a pair of special wine glasses. No, this is a victory feast, held in honor of Jur-E's private sponsor. Whoever this person is clearly enjoys hard liquor and has a very high status, hence the need for expensive-looking wineware. Now, where might we find Fatui who match that description, I wonder?
Fatui officials. Should be either the Snezhnayan Embassy or the Northland Bank.
Have both locations surrounded. Take as many people as you need.
Lady Yelan, is it time for us to make our move? If so, you can count me in.
Get with the program, would you? This is a covert surveillance operation. Jur-E may be vigilant, but that doesn't mean the same is true for his drinking buddy. In which case, we don't need to change tactics. Just change who we're following.
Great idea! So we just need to find out who Jur-E bought that liquor for and follow them instead!
But Lady Yelan, if we get caught, this could become a major diplomatic incident.
I'm well aware, but don't you see? Jur-E is gambling everything on this. If we really want to catch him, we're going to have to accept a little risk ourselves. Stick to your orders, and make sure we're covering all other bases too. Anywhere else Jur-E might be going. I want eyes on those locations.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't worry, Lady Yelan. Jur-E may be a slippery character, but we'll keep a close watch on the movements of all Fatui officials.
I'll be waiting for you at the tea house. If I'm guessing correctly, Fatui officials are likely to take action at night. You should go and get ready. Then meet me at Genshin Tea House.
Vale. Me perdí. Ok, ya me encontré. No hay preocupaciones, ya me encontré, gente. Amber, XD. Boom.
Perfect timing. Wenyuan just sent word that the Fatui ambassador, Yusupov, just left the embassy alone. He's heading in the direction of Qingshu Pool.
Qingshu Pool? That's the place Jerry mentioned in his manifesto.
It looks like that's where they've arranged to meet. Sensible choice, I'll give them that. Qingshu Pool is always crawling with monsters. Most people wouldn't dream of going there. It's one place they won't need to worry about being seen.
Oh no, we gotta go get them!
Let's go. If my hunch is correct, we just might hit the jackpot this time.
Vale. A ver. Esto por acá.
This is Qingshu Pool, full of ruins, crawling with monsters. Anyone with any sense steers well clear of this place. I've looked into the place before. There's a workers' entrance somewhere around here. Follow me.
Vale.
There's been some work done on this place in the past, but it's a bit of a labyrinth inside. I can't guarantee we'll be safe once we're underground. The workers left an emergency access route. If we can find it, this will be a much easier journey. Still, be ready to fight at any moment. Any resistance needs to be taken out quickly and quietly. We don't want to attract too much attention.
Don't worry, we're all professionals here. By the way, Yelan, where are your 3 little helpers at?
They have other things to take care of first. We couldn't afford to wait for them, but they'll join us later.
Arriba.
Silly child.
No, 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 no. Estoy en... A ver.
Send
Total.
one, send them all. There are still so many places for us to explore.
For justice. Gonna be epic.
Vamos a tener a Yelan.
Busted! No! Quietly, Matt. Busted! As I expected, but this shouldn't be too much trouble.
Vale.
I see that? That's gotta be the Fatui ambassador here to meet Ji. Looks like he went through that door.
Okay.
That must be the emergency access route, right? Come on, let's hurry.
Vale. Por aquí.
This is the construction workers' emergency access route, but it's closed tight. Trying to break through would be risky.
Oh. Buenas, buenas Santi, ¿cómo va? ¿Cómo está? Ah, vale. Vamos por acá. Forma del cuerpo de este host. No. Ok. Vale. Easy peasy. Vale. Tengo que derrotar a esos enemigos, no debería ser muy complicado que digamos.
Hey! No, my sword! I'm going in! We go!
Game's up. Fun's over.
Ah.
Take it easy.
Vale, ¿dónde? ¿De un cofre? ¿No? Ah, sí, ya lo vi. Aquí. Vale, ¿hacia dónde tengo que ir? Que no te dicen hacia dónde tienes que ir. Eso es complicado.
Take it easy.
Por aquí tampoco hay nada. No. Aquí. Hay una llama. Vale. Vale, este es el que todavía no tenemos. Vale. A ver, por acá abajo. Bajamos. Ok, se aparece todo el agua. Increíble esto por aquí. No tenía que bajar, ¿cierto? Vale. O sea, bajar acá no era lo que tenía que hacer. Por aquí. Su puta madre. ¿Por qué te caíste, Yelan? Está bien posicionada, hija mía. Creo. Vamos, baja mierda, más rápido mierda. Vale. Ok.
Take it easy.
Eso es todo.
I see everything.
Creo que no van a subir mucho tiempo. XY. Vale. Ok. Vale. A ver, a ver, a ver. Nos faltaría como una de esas cositas de fuego que uno antes pongo. Joder. Caemos a boca lobo. Ok. Maldita mierda. A ver. Este tiene... Ese también, ¿no? O sea, ¿qué tengo que hacer? No, o sea, por aquí subimos. O sea, subimos por aquí. Este no tiene. Nada. No. Algo me dice que este tiene algo que ver con algo.
Take it easy.
Vale. Por aquí no cabemos. No entiendo qué tengo que hacer acá. ¿Sabes que tengo que organizar algo ahí abajo? No sé qué tengo que hacer. Vale. Ay, pinche mierda esta. Subamos. Vale. Mi amor, nosotros nos perdimos aquí antes. Sí, algo con agua. No veo cómo entrar.
Take it easy.
No veo ni siquiera para dónde tengo que ir. No. O sea que tengo que hacer como algo parecido y bajar, no creo. ¿Para dónde tengo que ir? ¿Qué tengo que hacer o qué putas? Es lo que no sé. Ay, Dios mío. ¿Y eso de ahí qué putas? ¡Ay, hijo de remil hiperputa!
Take it easy.
Everyone hold hands.
Things are about to get dicey.
Cofrecito que nos llevamos.
Take it
Vale,
easy.
nada mal. Ni siquiera sos problema, hijo de puta, pero bueno. Ah, otro cofre, dos problemas, vale. Ok, otro cofrecito. Nada por ahí. Vamos a ver este de acá. Vale.
Take it easy. Take it
Aquí
easy.
yo no estuve. Entonces por una puta llama, no mames.
Take it easy.
¡Joder! Gonorrea. Chinga tu madre.
Take it easy.
Vale.
Take it easy.
Listo, por fin, hostia puta. A ver.
The water's flowed into the groove, and now the statues have lit up. Okay, now we should be able to move the statues.
Vale. Okay. Estatuas, tatas. ¡Ah!
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Vale. Vale. Okay. Vámonos. Pararam, pam, pam, pararam, pararam. Hola. Joder, vas a morir tan putamente rápido, hijo mío, que tú no lo sabes. O sea, siento hasta lástima por ti, gonorrea. Ya no siento lástima por ti, hijo de puta. Te voy a reventar tu puta madre de una manera pero tan espectacular. Joder, que tú no lo sabes, hijo. Venga. Un golpe, un puto golpe. Un cargado, pues. O sea, la verdad es que... XD. Esto por acá. Vale, continuemos.
I can tell from the aroma that this is very fine liquor indeed. I'm impressed. Come on, bottoms up. After you, of course.
Okay. Arreglemos esto por acá. No.
Oh, sorry, that went down the wrong way. I've never drunk anything this strong before. It'll take me some getting used to.
You'll get there. If you want to stay friends with us, you have to drink with us.
I'll do my best.
You're more of a lightweight than I thought. Already struggling after one glass? I thought you were made of sterner stuff. You certainly kept it together when you were poisoning your teacher's soup. Come on, another round. Less talking, more drinking.
Sure. You didn't leave me much of a choice though, did you?
Entonces yo estaba pensando para los guantes.
I'm more timid than you realize. Every time I poisoned him, I had to hide away at home for a few days because I was so scared of getting caught.
Look, I know it has not been easy for you, my friend. We appreciate all your hard work. But I have to say, you really are quite a genius at poisoning people.
Estamos haciendo el...
I mean, the poison we brought from Snezhnaya is as strong as this wine, but you found a way to turn it into an imperceptible, slow-acting poison, and came up with the idea of delivering it through fish soup. What was it you said? Oh, yeah. You said the soup's fishy flavor neutralizes the pungency of the poison, and this process even makes the soup tastier as a result. How did you think of that?
It struck me one day when I was fishing. I'm lucky it did. Otherwise, I'm not sure I would have been able to fool Uncle Tien.
You have performed excellently. The Fatui will continue to provide the support you need to consolidate your position as Tien Shu. Of course, this is as long as you continue to do as we instruct. Aside from Qing Shu Pool, we also have some other requests for you, which we will inform you of in due course.
Don't worry. Whatever tasks you have for me, I will perform them diligently.
Did you hear that? It was poison! That's why Uncle Tien hasn't been feeling well recently. It's all Jurye's doing. What a nasty guy! Seize him!
Hold on. Did you bring a camera? If not, you can use mine. This is quite a scene. We have to capture it for posterity.
Vale.
Excellent liquor. We've seen no progress on the diplomatic front, and everyone has been eyeing up the treasure of Qingshu Pool. It's been a real headache for me. But soon, everything will be taken care of, and I can report back on a successful mission. Thank you, Juryi. I remember when I first saw you. I knew right away that you would make a good partner for us. Hey, do you still remember what I said to you?
How could I forget? You said a lowly commoner like me could never be seen as a serious candidate for the Tianshu, no matter how hard I work. The only way is for you to shine bright in the Tianshu's darkest moment. I think you were absolutely right.
Yes. Under normal circumstances, the gap between you and other people could only ever grow wider over time. Just look at your two competitors. Qianwei had wealth. Mingbo had reputation. But you had nothing. You were just another nobody. And that's why I decided to help you. You know, there's an old saying in the Fatui. Give a starving dog a bone, and it'll guard your home for the rest of its life.
Yes. I cannot thank you enough for your generous support.
You know, the best thing about you is that you do as you're told without complaining. Hey, keep up the good work, and I can assure you, you'll never have to worry about Mora again. Heck, when you're not in the company of the Fatui, you'll be able to throw your weight around as much as you want. How about that?
Uncle Gao said that Juryi has low self-esteem. Seems he was right. He was worried that whatever advantage he might have now will diminish over time, so the Fatui persuaded him that he should act while he can. Do you have any more film in the camera?
Vale.
Then get ready to use it. Tonight's grand finale should be coming up any minute now. How well this goes for us depends on how Juryi plays his hand.
Ooh, is there any more alcohol? Go on. Fill me up. I'm in a good mood today, and I'm gonna drink my fill. Make sure to get me home safely afterward.
There's only a little left. Here, I'll fill your glass. If you like it, I can bring you some more next time.
Whoa, this is the good stuff. It is great. Huh? What the? Juryi, you poisoned my wine? But when?
You seem surprised, Mr. Yusupov.
How could you?
How could I not? I've sacrificed years of my life studying and reflecting to prepare myself for this position. And in the end, I even had to poison my own teacher. You really think I'd put myself through all that just to become your little puppet? I don't want to bow down to anyone ever again. And that includes you.
You imbecile. It's the Fatui who got you to where you are. Do you understand? If I disappear with no explanation, the embassy will come after you. They'll get to the bottom of this. Mark my words.
Do you see the haystack in the corner? Underneath it is a pile of explosives. And next door in the dark room are the 3 undercover agents you sent to infiltrate the Black Cliff Forge. I'm gonna stay here till I see you slip into unconsciousness. Then I'm gonna set this on fire. Once the flames burn through the hay, they'll ignite the explosives, the ruins will collapse, and everything will be buried.
What do you hope to?
I took the liberty of leaving some evidence of your contact with the undercover agents at the Black Cliff Forge. It won't take long for people to join the dots. 2 missing person cases will become one as the truth gradually reveals itself. The Fatui planted undercover agents in the Black Cliff Forge to steal their signature ruin-grade explosives. Their plan was to blow through the solid floor tiles in the dead of night and seize the treasure of Qingshu Pool. But things didn't quite go to plan. Mistakes were made that led to the accidental deaths of the entire crew. Faced with the overwhelming evidence, the embassy won't investigate this any further. In fact, they'll be only too happy to blame it all on a rogue operation by you. It explains why you acted alone, while exonerating the rest of the embassy of any liability. Of course, none of that will have anything to do with me. When all of this comes to my attention, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to cancel the Qingshu Pool redevelopment plan immediately. I guess then, I'll be Tianshu in my own right, with a clean record and well out of the Fatui's reach.
Cherry, do you really think you're gonna get away with this? The Fatui has a record of everything. That includes the poison, all interactions between us, even my trip here tonight. After I die, they'll come looking, and they'll get to the bottom of this.
A record? Oh, you must mean the one in the hands of your second-in-command, Theophon?
How do you know about that?
Because when you contacted me, I also made contact with your associates. I have Theophon to thank for providing me with the poison I used on you today. He'll help me tie up all the loose ends. After all, your untimely demise comes with a few perks for him. He has been eyeing your position for a long time now.
That traitor! Cherry, you...
Shh. Relax. It's over. After tonight, everyone gets what they want. And anyone else in the know is either my accomplice or about to be taken out of the picture. Sweet dreams, Mr. Yusupov.
Épico. Vale.
I did a little surveying on the way here and found that you'd left yourself 3 escape routes in case things went south. I have them all surrounded. If you're thinking of trying anything, save yourself the effort. The game's up. We were here the whole time and have pictures of everything. They came out pretty nicely. Want to see them?
The game's up? Forgive me, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, Miss Yelan. I happened to discover a Fatui operation here, so I approached them on the pretext of joining forces and eventually brought them down from within.
This is how you want to play it, huh? Fine. You do you. All we need to do to convict you is establish that the poison in his system is the same as in Uncle Tien's. Nothing else you wanted to add? Let's leave it there then. Time to go.
One wrong move and it all comes crashing down. I should have been more careful. You followed him here, didn't you? I was so focused on keeping myself out of sight, I forgot he was a potential liability. Let's talk about this, Yelan. I gave you my word that I would live up to the Tianshu name, and that much I can still guarantee.
Your point being?
When I take office, I can guarantee that I will act in your best interests. In fact, all of you here tonight can expect very generous treatment in the future. I don't deny that I used underhanded methods to get here. But given my lowly origins, what other choice did I have?
You still don't get it, do you? Even now. What do you think? Exactly. Jur-E, clever people can always come up with a good excuse. But while you might be able to get other people to believe you, you'll never be able to deceive yourself. There's nothing wrong with wanting to win other people's respect, but when has Uncle Tien ever looked down on you? He was like a teacher and a father to you, but you chose to repay that by poisoning him. Whatever positive goal you may have started out with, you threw it away in that moment.
That's enough.
Of course. What makes this even crueler is that you managed to convince yourself there was no other way. Uncle Tien was always going to give you this opportunity, even if you'd done nothing at all. Out of everyone in the world, he is the one who trusts you the most. So much that he drank your fish soup without doubting you, not for 1 second.
That's enough! That's enough.
Life is like fishing. It cannot be rushed. Whatever you do, impatience will accomplish nothing. I was just like you once, desperate to prove myself. Only later did I realize things do not always turn out the way you plan. But you have to keep calm to carry on. You're still young. Be patient, believe in yourself, and don't look outside yourself to prove your value. Where's Jur-E these days? It's been a long time since he last paid me a visit.
Maybe he's just busy.
Well, next time, if he doesn't bring a pot of piping hot fish soup, don't let him in.
Whatever you were thinking about, you'll have plenty of time to mull it over in prison. Oh, I almost forgot. If the Fatui find out what happened today, prison might not turn out to be the safest place for you. Trying to have friends on both sides, it has a way of turning everyone against you. But right now, I have an opportunity for you.
Huh?
Sorry, things are about to get extremely busy for me. Let's meet at Genshin Tea House tomorrow morning. I'll have someone remove the explosives. Then, there's someone I have to go and see.
Need our help with that?
No, it could be dangerous. You should leave this one to the professionals. Don't worry. As long as they're willing to cooperate, this will be a straightforward deal. Get some rest. See you tomorrow.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl.
¿Cómo se bajará el brillo de esta puta mierda? Joder, gonorrea. Ajustes.
1 client, 2 clients, 3 clients.
Como le bajo el brillo a esta mierda.
Wanna come over for tea?
Ok, joder. ¡Qué bonito! A ver. Hasta el día siguiente a las 8. ¡Puta mierda!
When the sun's out, bathe in sunlight. But when the moon's out... Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl.
Vale.
There is now no poison left in his system, but recovery from the damage already done will not happen overnight.
Dr. Baishu, is my father going to be...
You needn't worry too much. Keep taking the prescribed medicine every day, and a full recovery will take at most 2 to 3 years. It's good we caught it in time. A few days later, and the toxin would have built up in the internal organs. At that point, things would have been much more serious.
How did they successfully secure such a seldom-seen poison? It seems the Fatui are extremely resourceful. Unfortunately for them, they were up against us.
Uncle Tian will be heading off now. Remember to get plenty of rest and avoid overexerting yourself while you're recovering.
Don't worry, I will. Thank you very much. Ah, you're here too? Thank you for all you've done to resolve this situation. I'll have to make some tea in a moment. You simply have to try it. Yes, the exhaustion seems to have gone. My mind is steadily getting clearer again.
Luckily, it looks like choosing the Tianshu's successor is suddenly not such a pressing issue after all.
Hey, Yelan!
My work is mostly wrapped up, so I thought I'd take a minute to check in here. The assessment process comes to an end here, Uncle Tian. In my opinion, Zhi is not suitable for the position. But Qianwei and Mingbo both have potential.
You have my gratitude. People can change their loyalties easily. I've always known this. But whenever it happens, it's still a dismal experience.
Is it just Paimon, or is Uncle Tian not that surprised?
Don't underestimate Uncle Tian. He wouldn't have appointed me as assessment officer if he hadn't had his doubts about Zhi. Normally, the Yuehai Pavilion would be responsible for assessing the candidates. Isn't that right, Uncle Tian?
Yes, to be quite honest, I wanted to trust him unreservedly. But I have to be responsible with the position of Tianshu. When I first met Zhi, I wondered if he had approached me with a hidden agenda. So I secretly investigated him. I concluded that he had no ulterior motives whatsoever. He just saw me as an ordinary fishing friend. In the end, even he changed. But when did it start? I never had any plans to recommend him directly, but I always intended to give him the chance to compete on a level playing field. Family background and fame mean everything to many people, but I don't attach great importance to them. I had no reputation to speak of when I first became Tianshu. I relied on Ganyu's assistance for all manner of things. What I really admired about Zhi was his intelligence and resilience.
I have to admit, he's a smart guy, and very cautious. The intel suggests that the Fatui saw him as very low risk, but Zhi was still extremely careful with the poisoning. He chose that specific liquor from Xinyue Kiosk because the fiery flavor would mask the bitterness of the poison, and he chose to wait until the Fatui official was drunk and had his guard down before delivering it to him. He also installed a secret compartment in the wine pot he bought to hold the poison. As the amount of liquor went down, he'd shake the pot to release the poison from the compartment into the liquor. Afterwards, we also found he had an antidote on him. Had the Fatui official grown suspicious, Zhi would have drunk the poisoned wine himself, and then found an opportunity to take the antidote shortly afterwards.
But that's still really dangerous.
Yes. Had he drunk the poisonous wine, he still would have faced serious health consequences despite taking the antidote. He didn't hesitate to put himself in harm's way to achieve his goal.
How is Zhi now?
Well, I mean, he is sitting in a jail cell. Like Yanfei says, everyone who breaks the law has to pay the price. Still, he's cooperating. He didn't turn down my offer to strike a deal. I'll make sure there are plenty of guards around to keep him safe from anything the Fatui might be planning.
A deal? Does this have to do with what you said to him when you arrested him?
Yes, Zhi's not the one I'm interested in. If he was as far as this went, I'd have handed the case off to my subordinates as soon as I realized. But once the Fatui became involved, things got a whole lot more interesting. I thought I might have the chance to catch a big fish.
Well, did you?
Almost. Unfortunately, it slipped off the hook at the last second.
Uncle Tian? Yeon? What are you talking about? Paimon doesn't understand.
Zhi colluded with the Fatui to try and secure the position of Tianshu. Or, to put it the other way around, the Fatui made an attempt to interfere in the Tianshu selection process. With Yusupov in our hands, and a statement from Zhi, we could afford to continue with the diplomatic offensive. Also, we'd be able to gain control of Theophan, Yusupov's second-in-command. Then we'd have a pawn in the ranks of the Fatui. Pawns like this can be major assets. They open up all sorts of new options. Why else did you think I was investing so much time and effort into this case?
So, okay, well, did your plan succeed?
We got halfway. The first part went off without a hitch, and we passed all the information on to Lady Ningguang. But when we tried to make contact with Theophan, he was gone, along with all the evidence.
The Fatui must be spying on us. Otherwise, they'd never been able to respond so quickly.
I found out from other sources that the Harbinger Regrator got involved. The Fatui's main forces aren't concentrated here. Regrator was only treating this as a peripheral concern. It's a pity that Theophan got away. But knowing which Harbingers are still looking at Liyue is something. It gives me a starting point for my next mission.
I have to ask, Yelan, do you have any desire to take over the position of Tianshu yourself? I remember you showed some interest a few days ago at Yenshang Tea House. In my estimation, you are more than competent.
Oh, that. I was obviously joking. I prefer my current life. There's danger and there's excitement. Although it'd still be a behind-the-scenes role, as Tianshu, I wouldn't have the chance to get involved in anything truly clandestine or face any real danger. All right, I'm done here. Time for me to go. I'm heading off again in a few days, and I still have to prepare.
Where are you off to this time?
As you might have guessed, it's for me to know and you to find out. But I'm sure if you keep going as you are, getting yourselves involved in other people's business all the time, you're sure to get caught up in another misadventure before too long. Maybe I'll see you the next time danger beckons. Until then, keep your wits about you. A lot of people are watching you for a lot of reasons. If you have any more questions, just ask Uncle Tian. After the recent turn of events, I'd say he owes you one, wouldn't you?
Vale. Vale. Terminamos esa. No sé, hacer un deseo hoy, ¿no? Este sea el segundo deseo. Twitter de 65. Nos acercamos. Nos vamos acercando. Recoger. Wesley. Comenzar.
We once thought the fortress of Meripede would be super scary, but looking back on it, it really wasn't that bad at all. You've got a set schedule, guaranteed food and board, and you can even buy all kinds of stuff with credit coupons. Oh, you mean Risley? He's definitely a pretty impressive leader. Well, he does look kind of intimidating. He's actually pretty easy to talk to once you've had a conversation or two with him. Paimon wonders how he's like with the people here. Do they also get the same guy we do, or is he a lot harsher with the bad guys? Yeah, he must be doing something right to maintain order here, while not making everything feel super oppressive.
Excuse me, did I hear someone there? Could you please do me a favor?
Huh? Paimon could have sworn she just heard something.
Excuse me, is someone passing by? Could you do me a favor, please?
Nope, Paimon wasn't dreaming. There's someone over there for sure. But Paimon doesn't see anyone.
Oh, did you hear my call? Thank you so much. I'm over here, inside this big box.
You're inside the box? Oh, no wonder Paimon didn't see anything. Well, come on, Traveler, let's go take a look. Why are you hiding in here anyway? If we hadn't happened to pass by, you could have been stuck for days.
It's a bit complicated. Can we not talk about that for now?
Whoa, that's terrible. Did someone seriously do that to you?
No, it was nothing quite that serious. I'd just like some help finding my hat.
Just your hat? But then, why can't you look for it yourself? Huh. Wait, Paimon gets it! Something must have happened to your hair! Sorry. So that's what happened. Paimon gets it now. No wonder why you had to hide inside the box. You just need your hat, right? We'll get it back to you right away. What kind of hat was it?
I think you may have misunderstood me, but never mind. Please just help me find my hat. It's a soft and brown hat with a bit of a brim. Nothing fancy. I think I probably lost it near the entrance elevator. It was getting a bit hot, so I took it off and had a quick nap. But when I came to, it was gone. It's really important to me, so your help would mean the world. I'll wait here for your return.
Don't worry, we'll be back in no time.
Golpear caja.
I'm really sorry to bother you like this. Please, come back soon.
Ah, okay. No mames.
Paimon doesn't see anything here. Let's go somewhere else.
Vale. A ver.
Just where is that thing? Oh, this is taking longer than Paimon thought. Nothing in the water. Oh, we've looked everywhere and still not seen anything that looks like a hat. That's a good idea. If he's just looking to cover his head, then it shouldn't matter what kind of hat he's wearing. Why don't we check out the rag and bone shop? If memory serves, they got all kinds of stuff in there. You let Paimon pick out some other stuff too, right? If we're going to the shop anyway. Well, either way, let's go check it out first.
Ok. Ahora aquí hay que subir aquí, hijos de puta. Ok. Ya está como re perdido yo.
Paimon doesn't remember you being the boss.
Well, I'm just standing in for Mr. Alvar while he's off restocking the shop. Now, just wait a sec. A blonde foreigner dressed all in white, accompanied by a glaze-covered flying chunk of gingerbread. Oh, you must be the legendary traveler and their companion Paimon.
No! Well, you're half right. Paimon's the traveler's treasured companion, sure, but she's not some flying chunk of gingerbread!
Sorry, I never thought I'd get the chance to see you with my own eyes, so got a bit ahead of myself. I hope you find it in your magnanimous hearts to forgive my discourtesy. I'm just a nobody, after all.
There's no need to put yourself down like that. Paimon's just Venti.
Why, your heroic actions at Areneus have long made their way to the fortress of Meripede. We heard that you were personally received by His Grace when you made your way down here, you know. Ah, you were the envy of all. And you're one of His Grace's favorite people, so of course, everyone wants to be introduced to you. Well, I'd figure you'd appreciate honesty over flattery. After all, I also only joined up here because I'd heard Mr. Alvar was a good friend of the Duke. And though I've only caught scant sight of His Grace since then, as fate would have it, I've become fast friends with Mr. Alvar himself. I mean, we've all got agendas, but rather than trying to force something to be true, it's often better to just go with the flow.
Oh, so now you're trying to kiss up to us.
Well, I did mean it when I called you legends, and it is indeed an honor to meet the two of you. Oh, enough of that. Is there something you're looking for? No problem. Anything else? Hey, feel free to check out anything you want. The credit coupon costs are on me.
Wait, but that's, you don't have to be so nice.
Well, it's not like I'm getting paid to watch this shop. Instead of Moro coupons, Mr. Alvar usually lets me just take my pick of our goods. Life's been pretty good recently, so I might as well just waive your bill. Never hurts to make some friends.
Vale.
All right, Paimon will take a look.
Are you sure you don't want more? These opportunities don't come by every day, you know.
It's all right, two will do. It just doesn't feel the same if the owner's offering everything to you for free. But anyway, we don't need to get into that right now. We can discuss Paimonology later. That poor guy must still be waiting for us. Thank you so much. We'll be off then.
No problem, and thank you for your patronage. I'd appreciate it if you could put in a nice word for our establishment the next time you speak to His Grace.
That's a real sneaky way of getting good reviews. We've been gone a while. Paimon hopes that guy in the box hasn't passed out from lack of air.
Vale.
Something on your mind again? Let's work through it together. Two heads are better than one.
Okay. Estaría arriba, ¿no? Y reconozco zona. Creo que es este arriba. Subimos. Volteamos, subimos.
You can come out now. We found your hat.
You did? Oh, Archon, you just saved my life. Just one sec.
Wait, so you're not actually bald? You've
I mean, I told you that there had been a misunderstanding. This has nothing to do with my hair. Wait, this isn't my hat.
Well, we got you a new one. We tried really hard to look for your hat, but no dice.
Ah, I see. Thank you so much. I'm really grateful, but unfortunately, there's just something special about my hat.
Does it have some kind of sentimental value?
Sorry, I can't explain at the moment. Time's tight as well, so I suppose I'll keep looking for a while.
If you're looking for a hat, I just picked one up over here. Is it yours?
Your Grace!
Oh, hey, Risley! It's been a while.
Well, it's a slow day today, so I decided to go for a little stroll. Even if your workspace isn't cramped, it's still good to get some air. I'll say, I'm not at all surprised to find the two of you here. You never could turn down someone's request for help.
It's what good adventurers do, after all.
Is that so? Maybe I should consider asking the Adventurers Guild to open a branch here. As I recall, these hats are very important to members of the Beret Society. Best you avoid misplacing it again, You might not have the same luck next time.
Understood. Thank you so much, Your Grace. Then I'll be off. I'll get going now.
What a strange guy. Why did he care so much about his hat? Oh, and has he done something wrong? When he saw you, it was as if he'd seen a ghost.
Oh, not at all. In fact, members of the Beret Society are model prisoners. They work hard and never get into trouble. They've saved me a lot of work, in fact.
Encontré una enfermedad que me puede servir para uno de los personajes, pero
Guess
para
he's
otro
just more of an
manga.
introvert. It's not unusual for the more shy prisoners to freak out when I show up unannounced.
Huh? Shy? There are prisoners who are afraid to talk to people?
Prisoners are still people, after all. There are as many crimes and motives as there are stars in the sky. The idea of the criminal as a selfish, heartless brute is just a stereotype. Such labels could never capture the complexity of even a single individual person. What kind of a person a prisoner may be and why they've committed a crime, we'd never know these things if they don't share their story with us.
Huh. You've got a point. Anyway, it's all good as long as it makes sense to you.
Although most of the societies here will just turn individual brawls into mass ones, the Beret Society does appear to be an exception, and it's instead trying to experiment with some novel and interesting things. If you have some time, why don't we grab something at the Coupon Cafeteria? It'll give us time to catch up, too. And if you're still interested in the Berets after that, I can take you to their usual gathering place as well.
Paimon's not the biggest fan of that cafeteria, but if we're gonna catch up...
All right, then, please follow me.
Vale. Directo. Vale. Ok. Vale, estoy buscando alguna enfermedad que se pueda ver físicamente para uno de nuestros personajes. Y por ahora no he encontrado ninguno. Vale. Boom, bitch.
Welcome, Your Grace, and the Traveler. Would you like 3 orders of today's welfare meal?
3 orders? What are you talking about? 3 orders? 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 3 orders?
Unfortunately, we weren't informed of your visit in advance, so we didn't prepare any super deluxe welfare meals today.
I'll pass on the food, then. What about you?
Then Paimon will also pass. Paimon will save her stomach for something better.
What a pity. It would seem that none of us can properly appreciate your skills, Walsey.
Then I must beg your grace to find me some more ingredients, so I can come up with some more welfare meal recipes. If you're not in the mood to eat, I can get you some drinks. We just got some great shipments in from above.
Yes, please? Huh. Paimon didn't know you could get non-welfare stuff at this place.
It's not for everyone. Think of it as a special treat for VIPs.
Oh, now that's what Paimon likes to hear. In that case, 2 bottles of the drink for Paimon, please.
2 bottles coming right up.
Our first meeting took place on short notice, and we were both swamped by everything that happened after, so there was no time for more casual chit-chat. I'm actually quite fond of stories, you know. Of course, the others have already told me a lot about your deeds in Fontaine, but I'd love to hear it straight from the source.
Whoa. That'd be quite the long story.
Impressive. Not all who possess the courage to risk their life for their ideals also have the strength to make it out unscathed. Had you not possessed these remarkable qualities, I probably wouldn't have had the chance to make your acquaintance in the first place.
Paimon gets the sense that you're trying to
Que
flatter
cuente
us.
una, que cuente una
The guy we
que...
talked to earlier was obviously trying to get us to put in a good word for him, but you're the Duke, right? Why would you need to get on our good side?
Well, after all, you did help the fortress and I maintain our autonomy. Is it so strange that I would want to give a few words of praise out of genuine admiration? So this is a matter of trust. Which is unfortunate, since I don't have nearly as interesting of a story to offer about myself. I was convicted and sent here at an early age. I only became the top dog after spending a long time figuring out its inner workings. Power and control come in many
Una
forms.
historia,
Some
¿de qué?
fair and ethical, others less so. And since we're all sinners here, the victor calls the shots, no matter how they manage to get to the top. So, what do you think? Didn't put you much more at ease, now did it?
Kinda. You're really different from most of the people we've met so far.
I'm perfectly aware of that too, but even so, that doesn't make me think any less of you. I would very much like to maintain friendly relations with you two.
No sé, que decías que tenías... Que tenía historias para rato. Pues...
Your Grace, after following your instructions, we were able to find a box of undeclared contraband in the latest shipment of cargo. They were extremely well hidden, and we've confirmed that the senders have been using this method to smuggle goods for a while. We're trying to trace the goods to their source.
Got it. Leave the box here and contact me immediately if you make any progress. You're dismissed.
Yes, Your Grace.
Sorry, I'd almost completely forgotten about this.
She mentioned something about contraband. Are they like dangerous goods?
Sí.
Not necessarily. The term is just applied to things people want to bring in on the sly. Many people here are experts at pulling rabbits out of the most ordinary hats. So we have to examine everything carefully. Now, what do we have here? It's more or less what I expected.
Whoa, this is certainly a box of curiosities. Mora, snacks, yarn, balls, ropes, mechanical parts, and even a gem. Wait, if you've confiscated this entire box,
muchas gracias.
then does that mean all of this belongs to you now?
Yep.
Gracias.
We can't just send them back up now, can we?
What? But that's just insane profit. Traveler, why don't you become a duke as well?
Vale.
Paimon will be your vault keeper.
Jokes aside, I didn't
Dame
know you'd be so interested in this
unas
box. How about this then? You can pick anything you want from it. Consider it a gift from
enfermedades.
Really? You'll let Paimon pick anything?
Unas
No
cuantas
takebacks. Paimon will have you
enfermedades
know that she's got a real good eye for treasure.
que se
I
vean
never joke
físicamente.
about things like this.
Alright, Paimon's gonna have a look. Paimon wants this one. This dark, sparkly gem. You just know it must be worth a ton of Mora. Actually, never mind. Paimon doesn't want this gem anymore. Can Paimon pick something else instead? There's something weird about this gem. Paimon remembered a lot of bad things when she picked it up. Paimon couldn't even tune them out. It's as if the gem was just drawing them out of Paimon's brain. It was super spooky.
Is that so? Let me give it a try. Paimon's right. I too experienced some unpleasant flashbacks. Are you sure? I wouldn't exactly call it fun.
No, exactly call es fan. O sea, Paimon lo toca y dices, yo quiero esta gema. No, ya no la quiero. ¿Por qué? La toqué y me vino un montón de recuerdos malos. Y él, a ver, tiene toda la razón. Y luego viene Troller, yo quiero probar. Y luego dices que no creo que sea muy placentero. Porque todos los recuerdos son malos.
Fair enough. Go ahead. I don't think it'll have a permanent effect.
Are you okay, Traveler? You also saw something, right?
I'll take this gem then and run a thorough investigation on its properties. Paimon, feel free to pick something else.
Actually, never mind. Paimon's gonna pass. Paimon was thinking about one of the snacks, but who knows?
You do have a point. In that case, we should destroy the entire box and all of its contents. Seems like we're almost done with our drinks, too. Let's go check out the Society's gathering place, then. I can introduce you, and we can also continue our conversation while we're at it.
Wait, are you this free every day or something?
Just noticed? I wasn't exactly busy the first time we met, either.
Vale.
If you're not sure what to do next, how about I take you on a walk?
Vale.
We are honored by your visit, Your Grace. All of us at the Society have been waiting for your arrival. Are these your two guests?
Let me introduce you to them. Traveler, this is Dugier, the head of the Beret Society. This is their gathering place. Members can find all sorts of drinks and snacks here, as well as a large variety of books and other resources. Every once in a while, the Society will also host activities and seminars, which are always well attended.
You flatter me, Your Grace. All we did was set up an organization in the same way as you would in the world above. It's so easy to feel lonely and helpless when you arrive here for the first time. I remember that feeling all too well. None of us knew anything about this place then, after all. But that's when the thought came to me. If we could help everyone turn over a new leaf, they would no longer have to lead such gloomy existences. Thus, it was with your help that I founded the Beret Society.
Oh, so you were also involved with this, Risley?
My part in this was minimal. All I did was follow procedure and rubber stamp the application. I'm sure you have a very good sense of what this place is about by now. As you know, not everyone takes their sentence seriously. For some, this is just another place where they can eat, breathe, and sleep. But the society is a great place for those who wish to turn things around.
Exactly right. Here, we keep an eye on each other and remind each other of our goals. Everyone can focus on rehabilitating our mental states and even make many new friends. Our operations are entirely funded by members' donated goods and credit coupons. Same for the things you can see here.
Who knew you could find such a place in the Fortress of Mirapede? Oh, right, and what's the deal with the hats?
There's nothing deep about it. I just felt like we needed some kind of visible identifier. If our members felt joy and pride from being a part of this group, then the hats would become a point of pride for them as well. And when we're together, we will feel a sense of community from seeing everyone's hats. Optimism, community, hard work, and a desire for a new life. I hope this hat will show everyone everything we have been working towards.
In other words, that hat has come to represent something like a model citizen, which also helps them recruit new members.
Once again, you are exactly right, Your Grace. That's a part of our goal as well. Let's take a little old seat over here. There's no need for us to stand. I'll ask the members to get us some drinks. Please, wait here just one moment. Feel free to look around, too, if you want to learn more about us.
Oh, right. What happened to your slow day, Risley?
Seems like I shouldn't underestimate an adventurer's keen sense of observation. I'll bear that in mind the next time I need to do something low-key. Kidding, of course. We're just discussing some small matters. It shouldn't take long. We've also already gone over the organization's vision. Instead of listening to me try to explain some more, maybe it'd be better if you took a look around for yourself.
Why does Paimon feel like he didn't answer the question at all? Yeah, they're supposed to be like the model prisoners, right? So this is what their spot looks like. Hey, what are you doing over here?
Oh, hello. You are guests of the Duke, are you not? I'm organizing the bookshelves. Want to take a look? We've got some classics, as well as a few books that the members published themselves.
Vale.
Yeah, most of them are writing diaries or autobiographies on their time in the organization. Some quit drinking. Some learned to tailor. Some became real good at calligraphy. And even I've learned to use a camera. We find it kind of funny. You see, had we managed to stay above ground, none of us would have ever had the time to learn any of those skills.
Ah, it's because you all have a lot more free time now.
Not only that, but we've also now got the mental space to think about taking on new things. Before we came here, we were constantly exhausted just trying to live. With how the Duke and Mr. Dugier have organized our lives down here, though, all we need to do is think about the things that we want to do. You never know what you may be good at until you give it a try. And while you're here, no matter what you do, you won't get judged for it. After all, there's no need to conform to societal expectations when you're already in jail.
So this is something like a safe space.
Yeah, that's exactly right. After all, not everyone is good at fighting, or have the physical strength to do hard labor. The society is exactly what some of us need. And that's it. I just finished organizing this shelf as well, so feel free to check it out if you want. Just remember to put the books back after you're done.
Don't worry, we will.
Vale.
Welcome to our gathering place. Is there anything you'd like me to explain to you?
Oh, it's okay. We're just taking a look around.
Well, that's not a bad comparison. It is my job to explain our amenities and benefits to our latest members. I'm sure Mr. Dugier has already explained some of it, but allow me to fill you in some more. Besides this space, which our members use to rest and relax, we also have an entertainment room, a fitness room, and a self-study room. These rooms are open to all of our members. We want everyone to be able to use their free time to the fullest.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Do you have a restaurant too? If you did, you also wouldn't have to eat at the big cafeteria anymore.
Unfortunately, we don't. For matters like that, we still have to rely on His grace. We started a collaboration with the cafeteria a while back, though, so they'll let us borrow their kitchen to do...
Yeah, Paimon can definitely see how it'd be easier to live your life if you had all this support.
Yep, and that's exactly why Mr. Dugier founded the society. We all think we made the correct choice to join him.
Vale.
Hey, you there, newbie.
Hello? Are you talking to Paimon?
Yep, I'm talking to you. Now, why don't you follow my lead and take a deep breath before letting everything out like this? Ha! That's how I pump myself up every day. A lot of my friends have found it super useful too. With one shout, you can release all the fatigue, resentment, and unpleasantness from your lungs and return to the day with all the optimism in the world. Why don't you also give it a try, huh? I promise that it'll work.
Paimon's gonna pass.
Feeling shy? That's alright. As long as you remember this trick, it'll come in handy one day. Just remember to take a deep breath and let it all out if you find yourself at your wit's end.
Alright, we've talked to everybody. It sure sounds like they're all pretty happy. That would explain why Risley only had good things to say about this place. Huh. It looks like they're starting to wrap up their conversation as well. Let's go over to them.
Of course, Your Grace. I will attend to those matters right away.
Okay, then I don't have anything else to add. Oh, you're back. What did you think about this place? Now, note that your opinion will also affect my review of Dugier and the society as a whole.
Wait, I didn't know they were also a part of the evaluation process. It's all right with me, though. I'm pretty confident about our growth and activities.
Paimon thinks it's pretty good. Don't think anyone expected you to get a society going here of all places.
So it seems that you were able to get a sense of our vision and values. That's all I can ask for, really.
The prisoners here all have very different personalities and psychological needs. Our needs are like violent beasts. If we can't face them properly, they'll grow restless and enraged, causing pain and conflict. But if we can placate them, they lose their fangs, and they can even be converted into fuel for far nobler pursuits. Which is why, in my opinion, learning to reconcile with oneself is the first step on the path to redemption.
You've hit the nail on the head, Your Grace. Before I founded the society, I had met too many people who could not come to terms with themselves. And I'm sure that a part of your support is rooted in your desire to help those people find their way.
Paimon thought everyone was enjoying
Dame
life just fine,
una
working and
lista.
fighting.
Of course, that lifestyle is more than enough for some people in the fortress. For others, though, they would just be useless distractions.
Speaking of fighting, I'm not sure if you knew this, but even His Grace sometimes fights in the ring.
What? You fight in the ring too? Wearing those high-tech boxing gloves of yours?
Oh, I almost never need them.
What the fuck?
Hey, isn't that the guy who lost his hat? Did you come here to relax too?
Hmm?
What's wrong? Did you forget about us already?
Are you feeling all right? You are looking a little pale.
No, I'm fine. Thank you for helping me get my hat back. I'm sorry, but I've got to go.
He's still as weird as before. Paimon's kind of used to it by now, though.
Dugier, do you know what's up with him?
I'm also not too sure about that. As far as I recall, he's always been a little strange, but I'll check up on him later. After all, it's my responsibility as the leader to make sure that no one falls through the cracks.
We'll leave him to you, then. Where were we before we got sidetracked? Oh, right, about that. You might have thought that I was joking, but in a place like that, everyone will use everything in their power to win. And when emotions run high, things often spiral out of control. That would be when I need to pull out my gloves to maintain order. Sometimes you might need more than just gloves as well. This pair of handcuffs has also come in handy quite a number of times. Oops.
Oh, isn't that awful gem? You're still carrying it with you?
Yeah, I kept it on me because of its special qualities. It won't affect me as long as I don't let it come into contact with my skin.
Go on, you guys. Pick up the item for His Grace, would you?
Yes, right away.
That gem shines with quite the dazzling light. I hope it hasn't been damaged. Your Grace, please let me know if there's something wrong with it now.
It still looks good to me. Say, Dugier, have you ever seen a gem like this?
Never, Your Grace. Don't think I've ever been rich enough to afford this kind of a thing.
I guess that's fair. We've already gone over most of the things that I wanted to talk about, so let's wrap up for the day. The Traveler also has some other plans, after all.
Got it, Your Grace. Take care, everyone. I'll take you to the exit. Traveler, Paimon, it was an honor. I'm sure everyone would love it if you were to visit again. And that goes for you as well, Your Grace. We wish you all the best in your endeavors.
And same to you.
Paimon doesn't think we made any plans for the rest of the day. Why did you lie to him?
Well, what's your opinion of the society now that you've taken a look around their headquarters?
Paimon thinks it's pretty chill. Weren't you complimenting them the entire time as well? Paimon doesn't remember exactly what you said, but wasn't it something along the lines of encouraging people to embrace their new lives with optimism? There's only one potential problem. If the society does too good a job managing and rehabilitating its members, you may be soon out of a job.
That is certainly a possibility. But at this point in time, they're still reducing my workload by managing and rehabilitating prisoners in my stead. I wanted to see just how much they've managed to accomplish, and also get a sense of Dugier's plans for the future. I arranged for a meeting out of curiosity, but then I noticed some faint hints of dissonance.
Dissonance?
I'm sure the Traveler has sensed it too. As expected, you also picked up on it. The whole truth is a bit complicated, so I'll explain everything to you later. I can tell you right now, though, that this was an unexpected turn of events. I had hoped to take care of it in secret, but now a confrontation may no longer be avoidable. It's hard to predict what might happen next.
You've completely lost my mind.
Why don't you take this opportunity to check back on the gathering place? Just tell them you left something of yours there by accident. If my hypothesis is correct, Dugier should already have left. And with his watchful eye removed, you may well get a very different reception from the members.
Can't you just tell us exactly what to expect?
I'm just following the most popular playbook in Fontaine. Investigate, obtain evidence, and then use the truth to render judgment. It's been so long since I got to watch a performance at Opera Epiclese that I've even begun to miss it. I'll explain everything to you later, but right now we need to seize this opportunity. Find out what you can from them now while they're all in one place. We might not get another chance like this anytime soon.
Entonces, gente, prácticamente algo sospechoso en todo esto, y Bushby también lo vio, entonces nos mandó a que regresamos, ya que no está el jefe y que vamos con lo que está pasando.
It's just as Risley said. Seems like Dugier is no longer here. You said you felt there was something off about this place, right? So let's see if we can feel something out. Paimon will do her best to help.
Wait, you guys are...
We're really sorry. We just realized that we lost something, and we figured we might have left it here by accident. We'll be on our way as soon as we find it.
Oh, okay.
Nobody? It's okay. There's no need to be nervous. It's not like we lost a whole bag of more or anything. We'll just look for it ourselves if none of you caught a glimpse of it. We're not going to tell Risley anything, don't worry.
I'll go find Mr. Dugier.
No need. We're just looking for something. Why does he have to know? We can look around for it, yeah?
Todo es muy sospechoso, Vale.
Hey, hello? Anyone home?
Hello? How can I help you? The Beret Society offers a variety of resources and benefits to its members, and, I mean, you've already heard my spiel. I don't know anything beyond what I've already told you.
You don't know anything?
Vale.
Sorry, that's not what I meant. It's just... there's nothing more I can tell you.
Hey, big guy.
What do you want?
Isn't this how you greeted us earlier? Take a deep breath and let it all out.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You sure are a fast learner. I ate something earlier, so I'm falling into a bit of a food coma, and, I mean, not everyone can be super upbeat all the time, right? You're looking for something, you said? I didn't see it, but, it should be somewhere nearby.
you still organizing the bookshelves?
Yeah, and I'm sorry. But you can't check out the books right now.
We weren't thinking about that to begin with, but weren't you super friendly just a moment ago?
Sorry.
Okay, Paimon sees what you meant now. Seems like they really don't want to talk to us, so let's just head back. What they say is true.
Le regresemos.
You have to see the world for yourself to appreciate how beautiful it is.
Okay. Rushlem. ¿Qué me cuentas, amiga mía?
Oh, you're back. How were things at their headquarters?
It was as if they had all turned into completely different people.
That would prove my suspicions. The dissonance I mentioned earlier was precisely that fleeting moment of fear behind the cheerful facade.
Right. He was acting super scared too when we saw him at the gathering place. Actually, hasn't he just been acting super paranoid since we first met?
And that's precisely why I took his hat.
Oh, so the one who started it all was... It was you all along!
It's because I wanted to figure out what's really going on. I don't believe any of Dugier's talk about unstable mental states. Not too long. Dugier made very elaborate preparations for my visit. But I don't know. It almost feels like the performance was too elaborate.
Okay, but if you think something's wrong, why don't you just take the whole society into custody? Aren't you the Duke? You can do whatever you want in this place.
Well, maybe you're actually a better fit for the position than I am. Just give me the word and I'll hand you the cuffs. In all seriousness, however, cuffs and the like should be used sparingly. They're mostly for show. Everything I do is on display. The way people see me act determines the kind of world I can create down here. And I've always striven to appear fair and reasonable to the people.
That sounds a bit deep.
Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head. I have to lead by example if I want to maintain expectations of justice and order. And that's why, even though Dugier had already let a few things slip, I didn't want to turn on him without irrefutable evidence.
Alright, so you're saying Dugier has figured out some way to control the members of his society. And even though the members are acting all optimistic and motivated, it's all just a show.
Indeed. He certainly seems to be using some coercive methods to turn his members into the most upbeat and motivated group of people you've ever seen.
Esa piedra tiene algo que ver.
I have some faith, though, that some of the members understood the hint I gave during our visit. The line has been set, and it's quite likely that a fish will bite.
Fish? Bite?
Let's give them some time. My guards will need it to finish their investigation, too. You can find me in my office when the time comes.
Okay.
Hey! Don't just leave before you've explained everything to Paimon! Hey!
Vale, espera hasta la noche. Luego miramos con los lectores a ver qué nos dicen. Vale, esperemos. Ya 18:22 era. Vale. Nos salimos 18:24. O sea, digo, Ah,
Finally evening.
ahí sí.
Isley's probably wrapped up his
Dale.
investigation. Paimon has no idea what that guy's thinking. Let's just go
Okay.
find him and ask him what he's really up to.
Sí, suena como un plan. Investigar. Me damos una corinita. A nadar como pez en el agua. Boom. Vámonos. No, Nahida, no escale la puta pareja de puta. Vale. Pararam pam pam. Pararam. Pararam.
Oh, here you are. Did you manage to land a lucky pull on the welfare meals tonight?
Let's just get straight to the point. Has anything else happened with the society?
Patience, Paimon. Even as the situation continues to brew, we still need to make sense of what we learned so far and go over any sticking points. I'm actually still thinking about the first thing that came to my mind when I noticed something amiss. Namely, why didn't anyone come to me about it?
Oh, that's a good point. Could whatever they're afraid of be so powerful that even you won't be able to do anything about it?
But even if such a thing existed, how could they be so sure without checking with me first? It'd be one thing if it was just one or two people, but it seems like everyone's convinced that I won't be able to help. Which leads me to believe that it's more likely that they think I just wouldn't care to help them. Yes, something like that. Dugier must have told them something to make them think I won't take their side. So it became imperative for me to refute that and prove my true stance. Of course, I had originally planned to do this in a more covert way, but I had to improvise when you identified the guy who'd lost his hat with everyone present. There was no way to keep our investigation a secret after that.
That makes sense. Wait, but does that mean it was all Paimon's fault?
The last thing that guy wanted was for Dugier to find out that he'd lost it. He would have never brought the matter up on his own. But now, not only has Dugier found out that he'd lost his hat, he's also realized that we were the ones who found it. That likely set his internal alarms off all at once. Yes, that's the conclusion I came to as well. It's the only thing that could explain the fear. If we didn't act right then and there, Dugier would probably come up with some other way to hide the truth and we'd be back to square one. So after giving the matter some thought, I tossed that black gem onto the ground. I must say, I was pretty satisfied with the results.
So you did that on purpose?
Yes, that's right. Of course, that box was discovered as part of our investigation of the Society from the very beginning. I had no way to know if any of the members had actually seen the gem before, but since I had to do something, I decided to gamble.
Vale.
Right. And I said back there that I had no idea what the gem represented. That should have been enough to let people know that it's still early days for my investigation. And since I was traveling with you, heroes who have never turned a blind eye to evil and injustice, they would also understand that we're here to help, rather than to tolerate or uphold the status quo.
You used us as a part of your plan too!
XD.
My apologies. There was no time and quite a lot to explain,
A
so I
ver
figured
si
it
esto
might be easier to
funciona.
just let you see a few things for yourselves. But I can assure you that I've now told you everything there is to know. Of course, you're under no obligation, but I would really appreciate it if you could continue to lend me your support and help me figure out the true secret behind the society. Would you be willing to lend me your support?
But Paimon's still mad at you!
You have my thanks. Now, there are still two outstanding matters in our investigation. The first is the secret of the hats. I've examined one before. There was nothing suspicious about the item itself. The other is the true purpose of the black gem. We haven't been able to get anything out of anyone with actual knowledge of it. It's my hope that a brave fish will take my bait. and venture outside of their dark and murky pool. I'll put some music on while we wait.
Maybe some music on while we wait. Okay. En pocas palabras dijo, no sé qué hacer, no sé, no tengo información de nada. La única posibilidad que tenemos es que alguien venga y nos diga. Así que voy a poner música mientras nos sentamos a esperar.
Excuse me, Your Grace, but may I come in? I'm afraid that someone's been following me.
Please, do.
Vale.
I apologize for my lack of composure. These two are the guests that, yes, my lover Fasol told me all about you. Please, help us, Your Grace. He's in great danger right now.
Slow down, take a deep breath, and start from the top. What happened at the society?
I'm sorry, Your Grace. I will try. I think I should start with myself Fasol last.
Debería ir un poquito más atrás. Creo que puede sacar otro clip muy bueno.
Yes, he fled immediately, but many members are hot on his heels. Thankfully, he still managed to meet up with me and explain everything that had happened. Now that he's lost Dugier's trust, what awaits him is agonizing censure.
Censure?
Censure is Dugier's method of establishing control, as well as the thing we all fear the most. Rather than listening to me explain what it is, Your Grace,
Vale.
please, just let me show it to you. Every secret may be found within...
Here you are. I was wondering where you had run off to in such a hurry. Please excuse us, Your Grace. It was never our intention to disturb you like this. You see, Avisa's mental state has been rather unstable ever since she arrived at the fortress. She rambles often, has hallucinations. It may be best to dismiss her babbling as random gibberish.
I don't recall hearing a knock or giving permission for you to come in.
Oh, my apologies. I merely did not wish for Your Grace to be alarmed. Had I not been so focused on recovering her, I would have followed all the rules of etiquette to the letter. So please, forgive my discourtesy.
Like we believe you.
Please, there's no need to be upset. It's only natural to want to side with the poor sick girl, but I know His Grace to be a reasonable man.
Well then, what if the reasonable man wants to hear the lunatic out?
That would be perfectly fine with me. Oh, and just so you know, we've also found the missing Mr. Fasol. I had no idea why he was so upset about losing his hat, really. Thankfully, he has already returned to his senses. We've brought him back to our place, so there's no need to worry.
I'm sorry, Your Grace. I don't have anything more to say.
This is what you're afraid of, correct? You can tell me everything. I'll do all I can for you.
I've never seen that thing in my life.
Your Grace, I don't think there's anything else she would like to say. Pressuring her will not get you anywhere.
It's all right, Avise. As long as you tell me what it is that you're terrified of. No matter what it is, it will no longer
No
be
encontró
able to
otro
hurt
clip
you.
bueno. No encontró el del árbol que está prendido. Luego se apagó. Luego le hizo así. Y luego se volvió a prender porque lo amenacé.
I've already said everything I could say about the matter.
Le doy uno. Venga, yo le puedo dar uno.
Sorry, Your Grace, but I really don't have anything more to say. Please, don't press me further.
But why?
In that case, Avise and I will be off. Once again, please accept my apologies for disturbing your peaceful evening, Your Grace.
Miss Avis, please show me your head. That is an order.
No, no me funcionó como yo quería.
There's nothing there.
Your Grace, I know you have long tired of my words, but please believe me when I say you've nearly let your worries get to your head. The Society has never caused trouble for you or any of the guards at the fortress. We've spent all of our time working hard and trying to lead better lives. Why are you doing everything in your power to prove our guilt? What's wrong with the current state of affairs? I'll do anything for you, as long as you give me the word. Why are you so intent on getting rid of someone who's been unfalteringly loyal?
Your words bore me. You know the consequences if I find you to be lying.
Everything that I do for the Fortress of Meripede. But Your Grace is welcome to visit us any time to confirm the true intent of our activities. All right, Avis. Let's head back.
Vale.
Just what's up with that guy? He makes Paimon really, really mad. We should have shown him his place.
Sooner or later, all will pay the price for their arrogance. He must have been well prepared for this exact scenario, or he wouldn't have dared to be so openly hostile. All the more reason for us to be patient. The entire society are his hostages. His subordinates would definitely react if he were taken into custody. And that's why he dared to bare his fangs right in front of me. The true secret of the society is neither on the hat nor on the members' heads. Dugier probably knew this from the very beginning, which is why he didn't panic. However, if we were to look at the rules, it would also seem like the head has to be the place where they're keeping all of their secrets.
Yeah, none of this makes sense to Paimon either. What are they trying to hide?
The hats are definitely being used to hide a secret. But if there's nothing on her head, why did Avis feel the need to remove her hat?
Yo no he mirado la gorra.
From the way Dugier acted, he must have known from the beginning that we wouldn't be able to find any evidence.
Ahí está, a ver. Amenaza.
The hats are definitely being used to...
Sí. Lo voy a guardar y luego lo edito y lo publico. ¿Te parece bien? Aquí. Vale, guardadito.
But if there's nothing on her head, from the way Dugier acted, he must have known from the beginning that we wouldn't be able to find any evidence. But if there's nothing on her head...
I have an idea, but...
Huh? What is it? Tell Paimon about it!
You mean this thing? So, she handed a key piece of evidence over to us without Dugier noticing. That would mean that Avis didn't stay silent out of fear. She stayed silent because she'd already given us what we needed. Let me take a look. I managed to remove this from the hair clip. It's long, slender, and conical. It's hollow on the inside. and looks something like a cross between a nail and a thorn.
Paimon's lost again.
Vale. Entre tanto seguimos escribiendo. No descanso. A ver. Mayor. A ver. Esto se empieza a poner curioso. A ver, mayor miedo.
You've probably heard before that water is filled with the strongest emotions of humanity. With that in mind, this liquid is probably a highly concentrated solution.
Descansar es para pobres. Sí. No, espera. No, descansar es para ricos, porque pobres se quedan hasta noche trabajando. A la verga, como debe ser. A ver. Objetivos.
Agony, desolation, and an overwhelming sense of despair. No wonder they're all so terrified.
Es complicado dar un objetivo a este tipo de personajes.
That might not even be all. Let's go get them right away. We can't let Dugier escape with all of the evidence.
Joder. Un secreto. No creo que tenga secretos. No, sacamos esta parte. A ver. Bajemos. Boom, bitch. Y vamos directamente caminando hacia allá. Vale. Están justo enfrente de la oficina. Interesante. Y a los pobres, porque si no hay pobres, se acaba la pobreza.
They all tried to flee just a little while ago, as if they had received some kind of order. We decided to forestall their plan, and were just about to send the word when you unexpectedly arrived.
Vale.
Great work, everyone.
You had prepared for something like this all along?
I had them stay here to keep an eye on things, so I'm glad that my intuition turned out to be correct. Perform a thorough search of the Society's headquarters and bring all the members to me.
Understood, Your Grace.
Now, let's check on them. As expected, they all have a hollow thorn inserted into a wound on their head.
Continuamos escribiendo. Va a flotar away for a bit. Vamos a ver, se va a ir a flotar un rato. Entonces todos tienen una aguja dentro de la cabeza.
They probably left it there as a lasting reminder of Dugier's censure. These people must have had to endure an unimaginable amount of pain. Let's go check out the other areas too.
Joder. Mira Paimon por allá. Mi Paimon.
This is a book that Paimon found in a box next to the bookshelf. Its contents are exactly the same as this book on the shelf. The colors of the covers are completely different though, and the names of the authors also don't match up. Yeah, and they dared to claim that they wrote these too. Huh.
Look at what I found. This is a surveillance port.
Vale.
With this, Dugier would be able to remotely monitor everything that's happening at the gathering place. So even if Dugier's not there in person, he'll still always have eyes on the members. Indeed. It's easy to become lost and confused when you're given no instructions or any kind of script to follow. And if any action you take may be deemed a mistake. And perhaps it's better to do less, or to not do anything at all. Dugier has already tamed them to his will.
Your Grace! Your Grace!
What's the matter?
We couldn't find any society members in the other areas. It also seems like none of the equipment in those rooms were ever used. All the signs of wear and tear are fake. The lime scale, the layers of dust, they were all deliberately added. We also investigated the members' residences and weren't able to find anything. Their neighbors all say that they haven't returned home for ages.
Oh. Is that right?
They're gone? That could only mean...
Indeed. As long as he allowed society members to mingle with others, even with threats of censure, Dugier knew that he couldn't stop all of his members from speaking out. Meanwhile, this marvelous gathering place will lose all of its value as soon as a whistleblower sounds the alarm. So instead of being his real base, this is just an elaborate performance. The rest areas, the fancy equipment, even the members that we saw, they were merely part of the front. And only the most docile and well-trained members were selected as his performers.
But then, where can we actually find him?
Let me think. Dugier must be holding all the rest of his members in another place. And if the overseer of my fortress guard has never alerted me to anything of the sort, he must be in Dugier's pocket. I'm of the same mind. Let's go. You two, follow me.
Vete al área de producción. Joder. Arbolito en Navidad. Vale, vamos al área de producción. Debería tener un teletransporte en la área de producción, ¿no? ¿O sí? ¿Este por dónde es? Sí. Bueno. Área de producción, tú. Sí. Y de una empezamos misión, nice. Continuando con la historia, con el personaje.
That's the most likely scenario to me. He's probably already caught wind of Dugier's declaration of war against me, and has fled to seek his protection. Let's keep heading down. There are some abandoned areas in there. Since he needs space, I'd guess Dugier probably converted them into his headquarters. We should be on the right track. Now we just need to find that turncoat. Let's go. We can take this path. You guys take the other.
Vale. Se fue corriendo, maravilloso, brutal, increíble. A ver, seguimos con el tema de aquí en el tema de personajes, pero estábamos hablando y parece que vamos a empezar a hacer el guión ahora, que se puede que vamos a empezar antes. Ya está Wesley, ok.
After them. It's rising. Run.
Joder.
Did Dugier send you? Why did you attack that guard?
Vale. Bueno, para empezar el guión necesitamos muchas cosas, entre ellos a un
But Mr. Dugier, he didn't want this guy to expose our true location. We were just about to dispose of him when you caught up to us.
So, in other words, your headquarters should be this way.
Yes, it's just down this way. You'll make it there once you've seen it pass through a large drainage pipe.
Bueno, Santi anda desaparecido. Sí.
Guards, take them away. Let's go. It's about time that we find out what Dugier's really after.
A ver. Vale. Bajemos. Bajemos.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl.
Vale. Vienes por acá. Y aquí nos van a probar a Wesley. Hagamos un equipo de congelados. A ver. Charlotte sería una buena opción. ¿Dónde puta está Charlotte?
Let's get this interview started.
Charlotte, Chinkyu, Nahida.
Let the wind lead.
There's so much space down here.
Yeah, these are all former work areas. They've been left abandoned due to a lack of funds. There are usually guards on patrol here. It would seem that all of those guards have been bought as well. Stay sharp. He's got a ton of surprises waiting for us, I'm sure.
Vale. Oh, de... Vale.
A moment, please.
Oh, los ataques ahora cambian. O sea que así hace más daño. Y ahora sí ya son más... interesante.
Say cheese.
Chapán, bitch. Boom, bitch. Boom, bitch. Boom, bitch.
Let's begin.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Boom, 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 bitch. Boom, boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. 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 Boom, bitch. Thank you. Boom. Nahidasas. Boom.
Way now.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. A ver.
Hey, are you okay?
You're safe now. Just follow the guards and leave this place.
Who knew that there'd be Gardamex here? Dujier really prepared for everything.
And that would explain the strange decommission requests I received, as well as account for all the Gardamex that had mysteriously gone missing. Seems like he's prepared for an all-out confrontation with me.
Hey, what's this?
Seems like some kind of handbook. Let me see. Ah, this should be the Society's real rules book. It lists all the rules that they're expected to follow. Members are not permitted to speak to each other or to leave without formal permission. 5 members shall form a group, and the whole group will be punished for any single member's wrongdoings. Anyone who reports a fellow member's misbehavior shall be rewarded with food and water. I see. So it's much as I expected.
But that's just cruel and unreasonable.
To obtain food and water, prisoners are forced to snitch on others, and in the process cause pain to those around them. To avoid punishment, they learn to stop talking with one another. This leaves the wounds they've already received to fester, however. And so resentment builds, until every prisoner has become an island. Finally, isolated and without hope, they accept their fate. Do you remember what happened to Paimon? She rejected all the snacks in the box once she was spooked by that black gem. She's usually all for tasty snacks, but she chose to go against her instincts after a negative experience.
Ugh, is that the best example you could come up with? Anyway, Paimon still thinks she made the right decision. It never hurts to be careful.
No, your decision was valid. However, it's also valid to interpret that as a decision that you only made under emotional duress. The human heart is like a raft in a vast and empty ocean. We convince ourselves that we're in control, but in truth, a single wave could sweep us off course and send us crashing into the path of a storm. Those who use fear to lead others astray must pay for that crime.
Vaya. Vale. ¿Dónde está? Vale. Esta vez él tiene como una aura curiosa. Ya apenas entramos, nos metimos a pelear 2 rondas, así que eso fue interesante. Espero que sea interesante, no como la del Yelan. Espero peleas más interesantes en esta.
If I'm not mistaken, the space ahead should be the central area of this place, but the door's been locked. Rather than confront Dujier, I think it's more important right now for us to rescue as many society members as possible. You guys should wait here. We'll try to open the door and check out some other spots.
Okay. Todo empieza.
Open the door. Would we have to do something to this mechanism here? Ugh, Paimon doesn't get it at all. Forget it. Paimon's just gonna do some trial and error.
No.
Whoa, it's turning! Is it because we touched this thing? Ugh, the other side's open! Let's go.
Let's go, motherfuckers. Let's go. Ay, tiene con un bichito. Ay. Esto por acá. Ah, ok, tengo que bajar. Ya sé, la cagué. Buah, es una bolita de hielo. Uy. Un momento. Ojo. Esto no es agua, esto es mierda. Vale.
Let's begin.
Un bitch. No lo pondría como muy bueno en sí solo. Pum pum bitch. Brum. Boom. Pum pum pum. Brum. Yum. ¡Hostia puta! Deberíamos hacer más cargados últimamente. Cargadísimos. Los cargadísimos. A cargados, hijos de puta. Boom bitch. Boom bitch. Boom bitch. Boom bitch. Prepárate para morir, motherfucker. Boom. Oh. No te... Me dijo, no es mucho para un episodio y yo, no se preocupe por eso. Yo antes lo veo muy vacío.
It's so high. We're not gonna have to climb all the way up, are we?
Activate the mechanism in front of us first, just like before. Let's see if that changes anything.
No, yo no entender.
Ooh, the water level's gone way up. So that's how we'll make it to the top.
Esto por acá. No. Vale. Qué buen culo tiene. Es crío. Vale. Boom, bitch. ¡Pum! ¡Ay, corre, perra! Ok, todo según el plano, obviamente. ¡Ah! Esto por acá. Boom, bitch. Boom, bitch. Nadie soporta el poder del Murphy. Vámonos pa' tu casa. Boom, bitch. Boom, bitch. ¿Yo tengo hace 3? Hay que comprobar. Buah, que sí. Ah, esa es el arma de él. Aparece ahí arriba el arma de él. Oh shit.
These should be the prison cells. Lots of empty cells in here. Dugier's probably moved them elsewhere already.
Let's still rescue the ones who got left behind, though. Every person counts. Hey, it's all right now. You can leave this place.
No, I won't try to leave anymore. I'll never try to leave again. Don't get close to me. I don't want any trouble.
No, we're not gonna do that. Please calm down. We're not bad people.
We won't be able to get through to her right now.
No somos malas personas, que falta de respeto.
I'd also guess there are many others here who are more or less like her. Let's let the guards take care of them for now and keep pushing forward.
All right. Let's search for an exit first.
Vale. Vamos. Subimos. Qué buen culito tiene Bruce Lee. Ok. Boom, bitch. Boom. Boom. A entender, yo ya entender. Kaboom, motherfucker. Jaja, vámonos a la verga. Pararam, pam, pam. Déjame caminar, déjame correr.
I leave this area to you. Make sure to bring everyone out safe.
Understood.
Let's go back. We have that mechanism from the first room. Maybe we'll also need to hold it in place using the same device to open the door that leads to the central area. Don't forget to bring these.
¡Bum! ¡Se da la vuelta! ¿Y luego qué pasa cuando se da la vuelta? Saca el capítulo. Pero es un manga, así que un capítulo ustedes sea un libro entero, así que ustedes no van a quedar así como sueltos. Se van a quedar así como... Y ya. Se le mete el tío. No, volvemos a... Vamos, veamos. Ok, subimos acá. Bueno, se ve lentísimo este men.
A moment, please.
Buah, es la mejor forma de ver escaleras que he visto en mi vida. Vale, pillamos gira mecanismo. Gira mecanismo. Girar mecanismo. Girar mecanismo. Girar mecanismo. Girar mecanismo. Girar mecanismo. Girar mecanismo. Sí. Sí.
Now.
¿Me puedo matar a todos?
I must confess to being furious. To think that there are still some of you who find it permissible to spit upon our rules. Remember their names. Fasal and Avis. They've betrayed you, betrayed us. And today you will see with your own eyes what'll happen to those who betray our cause. Go on, Avis. Pierce his skull with the thorn in your hands, and then push in the Aqua Dolores. Of course, you will do it one drop at a time. Let it do its magic again and again, and don't stop until you've pushed all of it in.
Cada día más.
I'm sorry.
Cada día más oscuro el Genshin.
It's okay. I'll find a way to endure. Oh, shut your wretched mouths! When did I give you permission to speak? My rules are the paramount law of this place. Only more pain will come to those who dare to disobey.
That's enough, Dugier. Your rabid screams have been beyond nauseating.
Is that His Grace?
Oh, Risley. I knew you
Cada
would
día
come,
con más
but I
gore.
didn't expect you to be so quick.
Literal. Entonces.
Must you still refuse to let me be? Did I not spell everything out for you already? What's so blasphemous about sharing a slice of the cake with me when you've already got the entire fortress at your feet?
It would seem that you can't see the difference between sharing and looting. And on top of that, look at your people. Are they not starving as you wolf down your cake?
You stop acting all high and mighty like some hero of justice! Have you forgotten? Nobody in this blasted fortress is innocent. We are all irredeemable monsters who've destroyed something that others held dear. What's so wrong about punishing those who deserve to be punished? It's what they've always deserved. And please, are you really gonna tell me that you care about their lives and well-being when you just need a supply of labor to keep this place running? Is it that all you need to keep your cushy life?
Sadly, you're wrong on both counts. Unlike you, I've never seen them as currency. The fortress is not only a place for confinement, but also a place for rebirth. Just as people are free to give in to the darkness within their hearts, they are also free to seek redemption and a new beginning. Our bodies have limits, but our spirits will always remain free. They may have made mistakes, but they are still human beings with people and things that they cherish. And most importantly, they should always retain the freedom to choose their own path once they've reflected on their past misdeeds. But you're destroying their spirits with fear, taking their freedom away so that they'll become slaves who will never again feel or think. And you say that's what they've always deserved? You are nothing compared to them.
He's really mad.
You think me arrogant, Risley? Well, I think you're too young and naive. You understand nothing of this world. Nobody actually sees this fortress as any kind of just a wonderful place. See it for what it is. A dumping ground of pain and misery, irredeemable now and irredeemable forever. No prisoner will listen to you out of gratitude of their hearts. The whip is the only way to make them obey. Had you been just one step slower, I would have already taken control of all the garden mechs in this place. Your vision gives you strength. But how long will it hold against these powerful constructs?
You talk big, but in the end, you know nothing outside of power and control. In that case, let me give you a small taste of what real power looks like.
Ok, no puedo parar. Atrás. Esto no va a ser tan difícil. La idea como que vio un cabezazo, qué puta eso. Con cierto va chupando, ver. Esto por acá. Boom, bitch. ¿Quién sigue? Boom. 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 Vámonos. Pues vamos a poner.
If you think fear can control everything, well then, terrify me.
Don't high road me. You're just another crook. And it's time you got treated like one.
What's the matter? Too scared to shoot straight?
Too scared to shoot straight.
Punishment and torture are prohibited here. As to do, you should set an example. Funny how that slipped my mind. Well, from this point on, you can forget about that rule. The rules of the fortress.
Esto debe ser un anime, Genshin. Porque todavía no ha salido.
But if the Duke wants somebody dead, he needs no justification. Understood.
Sí, sí. Pero ¿cómo será el fondo?
Sorry for taking so long. Did I keep you waiting?
No, not at all. I didn't know you were so considerate.
If you ask me, I'd say I actually feel very helpless. There's no way that I could truly empathize with the fear that the members felt every day. I could comfort and compensate them all I want, but it might still not be enough to repair the damage that has been done. I have to take responsibility for it, as does the fortress.
No ha salido porque se gasta todo el presupuesto en el juego. Se aumentó en toda Honkai.
Oh, Dugier? I've already got an idea.
¿Quieres personar artefactos? ¿Dónde están? Hagan artefactos personalizados. Se pusieron Honkai. Hagan esto, Honkai. Hagan Honkai. Hagan todo Honkai. Le metieron todo el presupuesto a Honkai ni que hagan Genshin. No mames.
I think it's a very fitting punishment for him to have to imagine the sorts of punishments that will soon be coming his way. He'll be left in the dark with regards to both the dates and the details of his punishment. Of course, that's not to say that I'll be letting him off scot-free. It's not often that I actually get the chance to be creative with my punishments. I'm going to talk to the members of the society. He'll get a chance to experience everything that he's ever inflicted on them.
Paimon didn't know you could also be so harsh. Looks like...
Why do you think I'd do that kind of thing to you? You offend me, Paimon. Anyway, jokes aside, thank you so much for all of your help. There's still a lot for me to take care of, so... How about this? I'll treat you to a meal in 2 days at the Coupon Cafeteria. We should have a better handle on things by then.
No, Paimon's had enough of that place.
Don't worry, it won't be the same old welfare meal. I'll make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, then you've got yourself a deal.
Vale. Ok. Continuemos. Espera 2 días, 11 y 13. 1, 2. Hay que ser rápido, solo tenemos poco tiempo. ¡Ay, Dios mío! Creo que me...
Ah, you're here.
Paimon never forgets about meals. Even if the traveler forgets, Paimon will remind her for sure. Paimon meant at all. Risley, you got what Paimon meant, right?
Hmm? I'm a little confused, actually.
Hey, not you too.
Jokes aside, I've got some good news. After taking a look, the doctors have let me know that it shouldn't be too difficult to extract the thorns, which means that everyone should be able to recover after a period of rest. As for their mental recoveries, most are making good progress as well. We've added a few who were more severely affected to a special observation list.
You sure got everything taken care of, Risley.
I try my best. After all, it's my duty to take care of everything that happens within my territory. Please, go ahead. Ah, that's a bit of a long story. I once had a similar experience. It had to do with the host family I lived with as a child. I was an orphan, adopted by a couple with a great deal of love in their hearts. I had many siblings, and we all adored each other. Once we were older, Mom and Dad would turn us over to be individually adopted by families of greater means, and go on to adopt more young children. They were perfect parents. Or so I thought.
And then?
And then, I found out we were merely raised as livestock. Once we had reached a certain age, our parents would bring us to the market for sale. All children that were sold would leave the house, and nobody would know what became of them. As for those who didn't sell, they were merely disposed of. Did you know I once considered myself an extremely lucky child? And all of my friends, all of my siblings, they all felt this way as well. I was also not the first to find out about the truth. All those who found out before me were simply added to the disposal pile. I could never shake the feeling of irony every time I juxtaposed their tragic ends against our parents' adoring smiles. Yes, like the society, my parents created a facade of joy, lied to satiate their desires, and even employed incredibly cruel methods to keep their grasp on power. They did all of that, but never considered how their actions would utterly ruin all the children they took under their wing. Worse, perhaps they never cared about that at all. But I did. So in the end, I killed them and set all of the remaining children free. I was convicted for my crimes and exiled to the fortress of Meripede. My methods were extreme, yes, but I was still a teenager at the time. I'd been betrayed by those I trusted most, and I didn't think that more moderate ways would solve the problem. My doubt and helpless anger pushed me forward until I got what I deserved. It's all right. You don't have to tell me what you think. I've already committed to this path, regardless of what anyone may say about it. The least I can do is to make sure that the same tragedy will not happen again in my new home.
Sorry to disturb you, everyone.
Oh, it's a vis and fasol. Are you two feeling better yet?
It was all because you arrived in time. I managed to escape unscathed.
We came here on impulse today, because we were hoping that you'd be able to lend us a hand, Your Grace.
Please, go on right ahead. I'll do my best to help. Within reason, of course.
It's... I'd like to be wedded to Avis here at the fortress.
You're getting married?
Yeah, we met each other through the society and both fell into Dujier's trap. But even during our time there, we never doubted each other. We always believed that Dujier was manipulating us, trying to make us mistrust each other. And after this incident, we've come to believe that we've found the one for the rest of our lives.
You could say we managed to make the best out of a bad situation. He didn't abandon me, and I didn't forsake him either. But we're still both prisoners. And we also aren't sure if the fortress is the best place to host something so celebratory. So we are just wondering, Is our request a bit too out of line?
You're right in that the fortress has never hosted a wedding before. But that's no reason to say no, is it? I'll help you make the arrangements. If you need anything special shipped in from the surface, just say the word.
Oh, we can't thank you enough, Your Grace. We are actually also planning to stay here after the conclusion of our sentences.
Yeah, we've already made tons of special memories here. So now, it'd be too hard to leave. And we have full confidence in the fortress's future with you at the helm, Your Grace.
Your trust is the highest form of praise.
Hey, loosen up a bit. Shouldn't you be the happiest man in Teyvat to hear that people would like to stay of their own free will?
Yeah. I'll always take a genuine expression of faith over any obligation to obey.
Guardar.
Grab yourself a welfare meal.
¿Ya se terminó la misión? No nos alcanza todavía, vale. Listo, ya guardé. No, no se oye muy bien, pero tiene mucho sentido que me digas no se escucha bien, te lo acepto, pero que no tiene sentido. ¿Por qué no tiene sentido? ¿Por qué no tiene sentido? XD. Aparte. ¿Cómo que qué médico? ¿Qué médico? ¿Usted de qué está hablando? ¿Qué médico? ¿Men? ¿Está algo confundida? Pero no tiene nada que ver. Y el momento actual donde anda, creo que esto se puede decir entre pasado y presente. Y con eso terminamos todas las misiones legendarias. Así que vayamos con esta perra. Quedamos en que no quedamos en eso. ¿Qué? ¿Cómo que no? No. Quedamos en... o sea, no se acuerdan, no nos entendimos. Creo que no nos entendimos. Creo que no nos entendimos. Creo que no nos entendimos. Pero lo que dijo tampoco es una muy mala idea.
Sorry, but I don't really have time to chat right now.
¿Estás bien? ¿Qué dice ahí? Vas a visitar Bamboleto. No tienes buen aspecto.
I was originally looking up some information at the House of Dana, but
entonces,
the more I
¿qué
read,
carajo?
the more I realized that my thesis is horribly lacking.
Oh shit, okay.
I should have been done with the first draft of my thesis by now, but I've barely written a third. Well, I guess I have to keep looking up as much info as possible. I shouldn't give up now, but who am I kidding? Maybe I'm not cut out to be a researcher. Maybe I shouldn't have come to the academia in the first place. All I've done is cause trouble for my advisor and classmates. I should probably notify my advisor sooner than later, so he can focus his attention on the other students. No, I don't even have the guts to bring it up, and I haven't completely given up yet.
Ella más. A ver, anímate, seguro que todo.
To be honest, I haven't slept a wink for days. Just thinking about the awful state of my thesis keeps me up at night. Lack of sleep hinders my ability to focus, and if I can't focus, I can't do any proper research or thinking. I'm stuck in a vicious cycle. I've seen the caliber of the other academia students. They're all geniuses and fast learners. I'm nowhere near as gifted as they are. Oh, if it wasn't for someone who's been helping me out, my advisor probably would have kicked me out of the Darshan by now.
Ok, entramos. Ok. Tenemos problemas. Le damos un power up en el capítulo número 1. Le damos un power up. Regeneración. Vale. Te veo anciano.
No. All my friends are back home. I'm
Tiene
the only
sentido.
one who's got to come study at the academia.
Sí.
This might sound strange, but
Tampoco está tan mala.
I don't even know if they're a person or not. due to my lack of sleep. I sometimes get dizzy
Tenemos un problema.
and faint when I'm
Algo no
stressed
cuadra.
out.
Démosle un power up.
Yeah, but oddly enough, when I wake up, all the things I was
Una
stressing
pelota,
over are taken
una
care
bola,
of.
una hueva.
My homework somehow
Mira,
finished
la hueva de tu
before the
abuelo.
deadline, and my papers are perfectly
Juan,
written.
¿estás ahí?
But
Te tengo un
that's
clip.
not all.
Te tengo un clip para ti.
Flowers are watered, laundry's done, even my broken camera was fixed.
Mira, la hueva de tu
I
tío.
don't know what's going on, but for now, I'm calling the phenomenon a blessing from the stars. Maybe the stars above decided to help out after seeing all the effort I put into my
Mira,
research.
la hueva de tu abuelo.
If
Ahí
that's
también.
even possible.
¡Ah, la hueva! Se me cayó la hueva. Se me cayó la hueva. Se me cayó la hueva a tu abuelo. Tu abuelo ya no tiene hueva, está de huevo.
But there's no point in me studying at the academia if I keep relying on this mysterious
la motivación.
phenomenon. It comes down to my own efforts, improving one step at a time. How else can I honor my parents and... Oh no, I've already spent too much time chatting. I still haven't made much headway on my thesis.
Fue tu peor idea hasta ahora.
I'll need the Wisdom Sealy's help. Yes, but time's of the essence. So I have to take what I can get. Sorry. I'm just making excuses. But the Wisdom Sealy is truly amazing and freely shares its endless knowledge. If you want its help, all you have to do is write down your question and you'll get a response a short while later. No one knows who or what it actually is. It's just known as the Wisdom Sealy. But getting an answer all comes down to the Sealy's mood. Sometimes it'll only give you a vague answer or play tricks on you. I'm pretty sure a researcher wouldn't do something like that. All I can do right now is hope that it helps me. Who knows if it'll happen this time? I can't put all my eggs in one basket. Trying my luck with another phenomenon is better than doing nothing.
Guardar. Guardadísimo, mi amigo. Prepárate porque no es de fiar, pero iré contigo. Es muy arriesgado, depende de la leyenda para que termines.
Oh, really? But I don't want to take up your time.
No pasa nada, ahora mismo tengo una casa.
Sorry for the bother. You're too kind. Okay, let's go give it a try. I've already prepared my question for the Sealy. I just hope it can help me get through this predicament. Among the countless legends surrounding the House of Dana, the Wisdom Sealy is one of the more popular ones lately. It hasn't been around for long, but word of the Sealy's existence spread like wildfire. Many people have claimed that they've received a reply from it. So, it should probably help me as well, right? I don't know its name, and we have to keep our voices down in the House of Dana. Or else you'll get some scary glares from the Mahamada. Let's split up and ask around about the Sealy. Hopefully someone knows something more.
Es triste que no pueda poner atención al 100% a la historia.
Onwards. We have work to do.
Vale.
Please show me your credentials before borrowing books.
It's time to move on. We shouldn't stay here.
Ya me di cuenta mi error.
Excuse me? Have you ever heard of the Wisdom Sealy?
You've come to the right person. I came across this legend not too long ago myself. After hearing about it, I decided to test it out and asked it a question about the brightness of the stars. 2 days later, I got a response. It included 2 pages of detailed and accurate information. It saved me from having to look up a ton of resources.
Really?
Yeah, so I submitted another question a few days ago. I still haven't received a reply, though.
That sounds like what others have said. But I don't have the time to wait for a reply if the Sealy doesn't answer right away. Whatever. Can you please tell me how to submit a question to the Wisdom Sealy?
It's quite simple. Go to the bookshelf over there and find either Theoretical Astrology or a quick reference guide to astrology cases.
Oh, I know where those are. My Darshan has us use those 2 books quite often.
Okay, so write your question in a letter addressed to the Wisdom Sealy, and then insert the letter into one of the books. Come back in a day or 2, and if you see a red stamp on your letter, that means the Wisdom Sealy has replied. However, if the stamp never appears, then that means the Sealy doesn't want to answer your question.
I see. Thank you so much. I'm gonna go write down my question. Hopefully the Sealy replies.
Esto se pone como una bobada. Esto es una bobada de una manera. No logro. Yo no te di permiso a que te movieras, ¿eh? No lo hice. Continuando con la vida y medio ciego también. Vamos a la misión.
Finally, I wrote out my question and put it in the book. Wait, I guess. Let's give it some time. I'll come back tomorrow to check on it. Don't worry about me if you have other things to do. I see. Thanks. I appreciate it. Alright then, let's meet up here tomorrow. I really hope the silly replies. Time to look at the letter. Please let there be a stamp. Please let there be a stamp. There's a red stamp on it. The silly responded. Fantastic. This is wonderful. My troubles are at an end. I can't even begin to express how grateful I am. Let's take a look at what it wrote. Thank you for your letter. Though I have extended a response, I cannot answer your query due to your questionable motives. Questionable motives? Me? Wait, huh? Okay, let's see. Completing a thesis requires independent thought and work. You planned on using my knowledge to complete your paper's most critical portions. That's not right. However, considering that your deadline is fast approaching and that there is substance to the content in the completed sections of your thesis, I've decided to help you nonetheless. Follow the hints I've left, and you will find the answer to your question. Consider the effort you put into thinking and searching as your payment for my knowledge. What the... It's absolutely right about everything. Oh, I'm starting to feel guilty now. I can't deny any of it. But I'm running out of time. Oh, what should I do? Huh? I could tell you're a very kind person, but I never expected that you'd go this far to help me. I'll definitely think of a way to make it up to you once I take care of my thesis. Okay, let's start by looking at the hint it left us. It should be on the second page. The first clue lies hidden on the road of wisdom. The headstrong child finally sees the world for how big it truly is, filled with awe, yet struck with fear. That's it? Not even a picture or any other marking to go off of. This is pretty abstract. What's this road of wisdom and who's the child? Possibly. That sounds like a natural conclusion. So, is the road of wisdom the road that leads to the academia then? Wait, I think I get what it means by the child and awe and fear. When I first left home, it took me days to reach Sumeru City. I was completely shocked when I first saw it with my own eyes. It was so grand and awe-inspiring. Pictures of the city simply don't do it any justice. After seeing the city, a thought popped into my head. Am I really worthy of this place?
La Loli. So diré algo. XD.
Worry, fear, or whatever you want to call it.
Pop.
If I'm connecting the dots correctly,
Todas las pajas son bienvenidas.
I know where the seal is leading us. But how does doesn't know my feelings so well.
Quizás no se refiere.
You
Esa es
have
mi
a
mente.
point. There's, anyway, let's go take a look.
Vale, ¿por qué tanta gente se quiere unir de repente, Espero que todo se entre acá, niño. ¡Hijos de puta!
Oh, we should be close. This is the way I came when I first traveled to Sumeru City. Aw, it's been way too long since I last visited home. No, this isn't the time for that kind of talk. It is. Relying solely on what the silly said might not be viable. Assuming the silly is intentionally linking the clues to my past, I think I have an idea. So this is a little embarrassing. At that time, the sight of Sumeru City was absolutely mesmerizing. I was anxious, but also excited about all the things to come. I was distracted and accidentally stepped on an Avidia leopard's tail. I didn't notice it at all. The poor thing was sound asleep, and after I stepped on its tail, it bolted straight up. I freaked out and ran as fast as I could. There were actually more Avidia leopards sleeping nearby, and they were all faster than me. I almost got bitten a couple of times. Good thing someone from the Eremites heard me shouting for help. They managed to scare off the leopards. Yeah, but when I finally managed to calm myself down, I noticed that the talisman my mother had made for me was missing. It's extremely precious to me. Ever since I was little, I would always carry it with me whenever I'm doing something important. I also had it with me when the academia conducted its selection exam at my village. I checked my bag at least a dozen times to make sure the talisman was in there. I feel much more at ease knowing that I have it with me. I had thought that it would also help me calm my nerves in Sumeru City, but I ended up losing it before I even finished registration. Yeah, and that's when I started having sleeping problems. I just began to sleep less and less each day. Losing a talisman like that is definitely a bad omen. Oh, sorry. I'm starting to ramble again. What were we talking about before? All right. Why the silly led us here. I think we should look around where the Avidia leopards attacked me. If the silly is trying to make me remember things that happened in the past, it would make the most sense for it to hide clues in memorable locations. Hope the silly's clue wasn't also torn to shreds by Avidia leopards. Yeah, that's the only way we'll know for sure.
Vale. Continuemos.
Oh, we should be close.
Voy a comer yo algo. Yo termino esto y me voy. Así que... Bueno, no sé, esta misión es bastante larga. Espero que esté yendo por uno de los correctos. Terminas que termino en una que no me da la prota de Mamoto. Ya volví, hola, hola, ¿cómo va? ¿Cómo está? Estamos aquí pensando en el manga. Yo qué estoy haciendo con mi vida, joder, para el otro lado, hijo de puta. Justo aquí. ¿Hay lolis fuertes en el manga? Apuesto a que sí. Apuesto a que hay varias. Pero no sabría decirte, ¿eh?
I don't know, but how did it know about all these details? I've hardly told anyone about this stuff. It's not hiding somewhere and spying on me, is it? Oh, that's a scary thought. Anyway, let's look at the clue we found. Seems like you haven't forgotten about your very first failure. See? It knows everything. I have no idea what's going on. No wonder the Celia is becoming legendary. Let's keep reading the clue. I've placed the second clue where heaven meets water. The answer, seemingly amongst the stars, was ultimately washed to some unremarkable place. Just as I thought. If the first clue was most Ratawi and, let's just say there's another but let's keep moving.
Vale. Joder. Tienes que haga una loli con el poder de regresar al tiempo sin límites, pero que no afecta el tiempo actual. ¿Cómo se come eso? O sea, puede regresar al pasado, ¿no? Pero si cambia el pasado y vuelve al futuro, lo que cambió no está en el futuro. Lo que cambió no hizo nada.
Okay. That's where I performed my first field observation after enrolling at the academia. Everything was ready to go and I was positive that I'd be able to get some great data. But the equipment was a little heavy and I didn't notice that the ground was muddy and some spots were unstable. After I finished setting up everything, part of the ground suddenly shifted and my equipment started teetering over. I rushed over to grab hold of it, but I ended up tripping over another piece of equipment. The next thing I knew, everything was covered with muddy water. Me and all my equipment. You must be wondering how someone can be so clumsy. You wouldn't be wrong for thinking that. I don't sleep much, so I get lightheaded pretty often. it's a vision. I just got a minor fraction to pay off the damages to the bingo. Oh.
Bingo.
The pressure from my studies and debt. After all, I am the legendary Layla who made it into the academia at a young age. Of course. I've even considered giving up on my studies completely. I don't mean that I'd be embarrassed in front of others. I mean that I'd be ashamed of myself. After all, everything I've done up till now is only a result of my own decisions. Although, it hasn't always been smooth sailing, and sometimes things don't go my way. I made it this far on my own. There haven't been any major incidents with my studies, and I even managed to pay off the equipment damages. But I guess I'm exaggerating a bit. Most of it is still due to the help of some unknown person rather than my own work.
Me dices que... eso no importa, solo ponemos en el PC de fondo que haga todo el trabajo y yo... Güey, le recuerdo que es una de las personas más fuertes de todos. Y él... ah, hueputa. Se le había olvidado.
Exactly why they mustn't ever find out.
Se perdieron en el camino.
Managed to acclimate to life in Sumeru City. I'll show them my success. Oh, I hope that day will come.
Se perdió en el camino y nunca llegaron a la pelea.
Anyways, let's continue looking for the next clue. It should be around here somewhere. An unremarkable place downstream was the description.
Que escupiera agua que tenía a la boca. Otra frase, Frank. Hiciste que escupiera agua que tenía a la boca. ¿Qué? Ya entendí. Dios de él. Continuemos. ¡Ah, el agua, pez! ¡Ah! ¡Ah! ¡Me reventé la jeta! ¡Vámonos! ¡No mueras! ¡Ah! ¡Pues puta! ¡Maldita inútil! ¿Cómo que perdieron y no llegaron al lugar a la pelea? Sí, se perdió en medio camino. Nunca llegaron. No, Jim, ¿por qué te mueres por nada? La miran y ya está muerta la perra. Kaboom, motherfucker, listo. Espera que mi propia semilla me reventan a mí la madre. Vale. Ok, boom. No es cierto.
Here, it's over here. Good thing it's dry. I was worried the message might be wet.
Me dice, entonces tenemos que hacer NPC, no tan NPCs. Yo, si no sabías eso, se llaman personajes secundarios.
Let's see. Have you found it? The unremarkable place downstream.
Ese.
Of course. How else could I be reading this message? Seriously. I've placed the third hint at a crossroad without a cross. You can turn left or right, but turning back shouldn't be an option. They're actually getting clearer for me. I was sort of expecting this even before I read the message. I don't know if the clues are following a timeline or if they're based on the amount of regret I have. Either way, this incident was bound to come up sooner or later.
Me parece que trata un tema personal. Sí, claro. ¿Cuál es la segunda? No lo sé. Siempre es la primera.
Would someone really go to all this trouble just to pull off some prank? I can't make heads or tails of it. Anyway, just follow me. I'll save the story for when we get there.
Venga, vamos, vámonos. Uy. Pararam, pam, pam. Vamos. Bajo puro, vale. Pum, 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 pum. Esto por aquí. Boom. Vámonos, dime por favor que es una... hay tres que dan protogema y tres que no dan ni una puta mierda. Yo estoy esperando que estas sean de tres que dan protogema. Y eso es lo que espero yo en la vida.
This is the place that immediately came to mind when the hint mentioned a crossroad. I came here to conduct some astrological observation once. Everything went smoothly on the way, and I thought I was starting to get used to life at the academia. But just as I was about to set up the observation equipment, I heard a strange sound coming from nearby. I made my way here and discovered a bunch of bandits robbing someone. They were a group of treasure hoarders in the family that was being mugged, looked completely helpless. They definitely wouldn't have been able to escape, and simply handing over their mora might not have been enough to make the bandits go away. Not exactly. I already had a vision by that time. Someone with a vision should technically be really powerful, right? Handling a group of treasure hoarders should be well within my abilities. However, I didn't know how to channel the power of the elements to fight at that time, and I was super scared. Then I ran away. I scrambled towards Sumeru City looking for help. Eventually, I managed to return with a few adventurers I ran into along the way. It took longer than I had hoped, and by the time we made it back here, the treasure hoarders and the family were gone. I don't know if the family only lost their belongings in the end, or if something worse
Si
happened to
tiene
them.
éxito el manga, me gustaría ver la adaptación al anime. Yo también me gustaría ver la adaptación al anime. Ese es nuestro sueño. Nuestro sueño es que se vuelva un anime. Ese sueño que nosotros tenemos, que sea un anime. Si quieren eso, apóyenlo cuando salgan.
Would it have ended differently if I were just a little braver? Aw, thank you for trying to comfort me, but I can't stop myself from thinking that way.
Tal vez cuando apenas salga, demos como los primeros 100 gratis o algo así. ¿Sí? O yo qué sé. Y también planeamos sacar más manga, así que por eso planeamos hacer una membresía.
However, I can't help but think about running away whenever I'm faced with a challenge.
Debemos buscar.
But what about my thesis? We still haven't found the Sealy's answer yet. Sorry for causing you so much trouble. Alright, I actually don't have much stamina. I've been stressed this whole time and I feel exhausted. I'm really sorry.
Quiero intentarlo de nuevo, a ver si lo... Y cometí muchos errores, quiero intentarlo a ver si lo puedo hacer con menos errores. Joder. Bueno. Aquí. Vale. Vamos a limpiar. A tu puta casa, cerdo. Me vas a reventar mi puta madre. Yo te la reviento primero, hijo de mi hiper puta. Najida. Najida, dije. Vámonos. Continuemos. Subimos. Grota, facturas y eremitas. Odio mi vida. Vale. Tengo personas demasiado fuertes, como pueden observar. Tengo una charlón nivel 50, patente sin equipar. Puta. Esos malditos slimes. Uy, su puta madre. Uy. Uy, gonorrea, qué molesto sois, hijos de puta. Voy a atacarlos con Charlotte, pero... Joder, como son tan putamente pesados. Y ese puto mico de 4 patas es muy molesto. Entonces ya está muerto, por hijo de puta. Solo andas explorando, Frank. Ando haciendo misiones. Intentando de conseguir bueno, ya sabes. Eso por acá. ¿No tienes a Cookie? No, no tengo a ninguna cuca, ni femenina, ni del juego. Esto por acá. Vale. Esto por acá. What the fuck. Estoy pobre cucalmente. Esto por acá. Joder, hijos de mi puta. Chapán, bitch. Huela, huela, perra. Te odio el culo. Boom, bitch. Boom, bitch. Boom, bitch. Nice. Continuando con la misión. A ver. Vale, esto por acá. Listo.
Let's stop here. I don't think I can walk any further. Alright. I'm gonna give my legs a rest. I'll be waiting for you here. I feel bad for making you go through so much trouble for me. If only I were more capable.
como 5 errores cometí ahí.
I always find myself having to apologize. But enough of that. I need to pull myself together. The memories I've been reminded of are all really taxing. I cannot just give up this time, even if my head's not in a good place. Letting these heavy feelings get the best of me will only slow us down. Watch out! Behind you! Monsters! A lot of them too. Why didn't we see them coming?
Ten cuidado atrás tuyo.
No, I'll fight too. But I want to help. I can't just sit back and watch you while you fight. Don't worry. I can handle I mustn't keep repeating my past regrets. I should take action when I'm needed and give it my all when the moment calls. If you miss those opportunities in life, you may never get another chance to make up for them.
Opciones que tengo, entiendo.
I suppose
En pocas palabras está diciendo, entiendo, no están atacando, hija de puta. Entiendo lo que está diciendo, haz lo que tú quieras, me atacan, me matan. ¡Ah!
Let's take them all down.
Oh, bitch, motherfucker. C3 la perra, eso. Supongo que está bien. Yo le pondría más vida, la verdad. Vale. Bueno, gente, ¿cómo que me cuentan? ¿Todo bien? ¡Qué pedazo de mierda! ¿Cómo iba diciendo? Tartaglia, aprende, mira qué habilidad tonto que se muera. Mira, no mames, hace más daño ella atacando normal que su elemental, no mames. Obvio, perra. O sea, qué puta. La noche es fría. Obvio que es fría, hija de puta. No va a ser caliente. Paja, hija de puta. Brum. Por tu casa. Chao, me voy. ¿Quedan solo ustedes? Tiene buena recarga. Ah, ahí se fue todo el presupuesto. Vale. Obvio, perra. Pum. Bueno, ya. Soy el único que ya se cansó de esta mierda. Grandioso, Jin. Fue el mejor ataque que has dado hasta ahora. Qué buena recarga la niña. ¿Cómo que refuerzos? Hijo de puta. My guiding stars, eso sí está bien cool. Knights of the Man? ¿Qué?
Not now. Everyone hold hands. Make yourselves at home.
No, my sword! Witness the power of Gugwa!
Hard-hitting exclusive. My guiding stars. Stars, shine for me.
Tampoco tan mala, niña.
I really need to keep up with my training. It's embarrassing to be out of breath so quickly like this. Well, the only appropriate response would be to say that I'm fine, right? I'm pale due to lack of sleep, not because of the fight. But then again, I know you'd be able to see right through those words. I'm feeling weak. There's no fighting it. I'm just happy I didn't get in your way during the fight.
Soy Flash.
Oh, thanks for the compliment. I sure don't get to hear that often. Although I may not be physically strong, my will is as resilient as they come. I'll be fine after I rest for a bit. Can you stay with me while I recover my energy?
Fran está haciendo la misión de Layla.
Shouldn't take long.
Qué gracioso. ¿Cuál de todas? Oh, becha, no, dame por otro más. Me siento estafado. Vale. Tal vez me la den aquí. ¿Cierto? Aquí, sí, reclamar. Reclamar.
I do hope the Knights of Favonius are all working hard.
Creo que ese no era un botón de reclamar. Layla. Odio mi vida. Layla. Odio más mi vida. Justo la que no era. Maravilloso. De tres, justo la que no era. Pues que lo vuelva a hacer y me vuelva a dar otra que no era, lo vuelvo a hacer y me repito una. No lo sé. Jeje. Jejeje. Necesito protogemas. Jejeje. Soy Floreman. Algo no me cuadra. Okay. Es una marchita, ya la hiciste. Creo que no todas. Aún así, neto ya termina porque necesito empezar a traerme el manga. Es que no puedo parar. No he tirado los 5 de hoy. Esto no es bueno. Esto no es nada bueno. He vuelto. Estoy mal. Debo terminar directo porque tengo cosas que hacer. Pero no puedo terminar el directo porque no he tirado lo de hoy. Necesito tirar mínimo 5 deseos diarios y solo he tirado 3 hoy. Necesito tirar otros 2. Esto no es bueno. Vale. En serio, en serio. Joder, joder. Funciona menos. Joder, eso tiro recto. Joder, Jin, hostia puta. Joder. Me rehúso a hacerlo como debe ser. Queda más recto, hija de puta. Jejeje. Yo todo rebelde. Sabía que estabas ahí, no me reclames. Yo solo, a mí solo me gusta ser rebelde.
Things are going a little too smoothly today.
Vale, hora de activar los hacks. Creo que va a parar directo. Y hago estas misiones fuera de cámara, me va a tocar.
I see everything.
Boom, bitch.
Smile.
Boom, bitch.
Ring cutter.
Boom.
Grow, grow, grow. The Temple of Wisdom. Go and flash.
Wind, hear me.
Vale. Kaboom, motherfucker.
Hold that pose. Breaking news.
Rain outlines your fate.
Commit it to memory.
Ahí Charlotte casi muere con la vara.
Barbados, guide us.
Say cheese. Grow, grow, grow.
No, my sword.
Go as one.
What a pleasant
Maravilloso.
surprise.
Voy a sacar esto y luego hacer video de tirando los 5 diarios. Ya tiré 3 diarios. Pero sí, creo que eso es lo que voy a hacer. O probablemente los tire sin hacer directo, sin hacer video porque todavía no estoy en PT. A menos que tengan demasiada suerte. Me sabían, pero no. Tengo un PT de 65 y a partir de 70 comienza a subir mis posibilidades de sacármela. ¿Sí? Pero sí, sin ser como 100% seguro de que me la saque. abajo, como que abajo, como que abajo. Vale, vale, vale. Venimos por aquí. Está ahí. Si no te sale... Si no te sale, te apoyato, no. No. No solo tirar por mierda. Por mucho tirar por la Shogun, pero la Shogun no me parece como muy buen personaje tampoco. Hayato no... Hayato, ¿pa' qué? Que tampoco está tan mal. Pero no es como un buen personaje tampoco. Esto por acá. Boom. Boom. No. Boom. No. Boom. No. Joder, Jin, tira bien, hija mía. Ataca recto, hija de puta. Joder. Todos los personajes aéreos son buenos. Todos son buenos, sí. En verdad no hay ningún personaje malo. Pero... La verdad es que... O sea, la cosa es que él es un buen personaje. ¿Para qué? Es un buen personaje de PS Hydro. ¿Para qué? Que sí. Pero compararlo con otros DPS como la Raiden Shogun, como Misata Yaka y todo eso, queda muy atrás. Así que yo prefiero tirar por personajes buenos. No va a funcionar eso. Vámonos. Menuda mierda. Joder, Genshin, no me puede poner una misión que sí sea existente, hostia puta. Llevo un chingo buscando a este hijo de remil puta. ¿Cómo gonorreas putas se supone que yo vaya a llegar a esta misión? Esa es la verdadera puta pregunta. ¿Cómo esperan que yo llegue a esta misión? Bueno, yo creo que voy a ir directo acá. Chao, me voy. Bueno, no sé, necesito esas protogemas. No, es que estoy muy lejos, no me alcanza, no. Sé que no me alcanza, lo último que recogí fue de 2. 2 para el permanente. Me falta como unos 7 niveles Oh, como 6 niveles para llegar al siguiente donde sí que me toca el este. Vale. Ok, con este me faltaría oficialmente 7 niveles para llegar al siguiente. Así en donde te dan 2 deseos. Que sería aquí en el 30. Pero ahora que lo pienso, no tenía yo... Sí, exacto. Precisamente. Vamos a por ello. Hijos de puta. No pierdo tiempo con mierda, lo siento. Vale. Aquí es. Es aquí, ¿no? Vale. Entiendo. Vale. Interesante. Me quedo sin tiempo, mierda. ¿Yo por dónde estuve? Tengo que pensarlo. ¿Yo desde qué ángulo miré? Podría mirar. Vale. Ok. Vale. Regresamos. Ciertamente interesante. Joder, hostia puta, Xiao. Xiao que me voy. Xiao. Menos que me dure un poco. A ver. Oh, puta, ya se me acabó, vale. Bueno, en fin. Bueno, al menos ya es bueno escalando, ¿no? Subimos. Esa furina se está haciendo de rogar. Sí. Pretende ya no hay mucho que pueda hacer porque ya completé pretende todas las historias que hay. Todas las misiones, perdón. Tengo todavía un chingo de misiones. No me malentiendan que todavía tengo un chingo de misiones. Pero muchas de ellas todavía no las puedo hacer, así que tengo que hacer otras misiones para poder hacer esas misiones. Ya sé que puedo hacer ahorita para cámaras. Y ahí hay autopus y también puedo explorar y ese pedo, pero... Una puta mierda. Estoy mucho con el tema del manga, no me puedo poner a explorar. Pero ya cuando quede menos tiempo, me motive. Y deje el manga al lado por un rato. Quedan solo 3 días. Ciertamente horroroso. Boom. Boom. Bueno, como pueden observar, aquí está el templo que marqué en el mapa y fui muy exacto cuando lo marqué. Lo marqué muy perfectamente y por eso supe exactamente dónde estaba porque lo marqué de una manera muy perfecta, ¿sí? Justo, ni un centímetro más ni un centímetro menos. Así de increíble soy. Lo marqué perfecto. Y mira, esta es furina. ¡Pum! Para acabar de rematar. ¡La puta! Odio mi vida. Menos un 4 estrellas, hija de puta. A menos un puto 4 estrellas, gonorrea. Sería más útil. Joder. ¿Qué te digo? ¿Qué te cuento? Aparte de que odio mi vida. Esos son 4 deseos. Significa que eso me faltaría tirar uno hoy y estaría libre. Hasta aquí el directo de hoy. Espero que te haya encantado. Así nada, y si fue así, llama tu like y suscríbete al canal para no perderte ninguno de estos grandiosos y legendarios videos. Yo he hecho y comentado esto. ¡Papá! Nos vemos en la próxima. ¡Chao, chao! La hueva de tu abuelo. Mírala, mírala como cuelga, mírala. Sería por aquí. Y recuerda que en la niebla de la oscuridad se esconde la verdad, pero ten mucho cuidado porque ahí hay un guerrero que te quiere violar. Y usa una armadura negra, no por ser racista, sino para ser ocultista, para que no lo veas, no lo sientas venir, no lo sientas venir por el culo y cuando menos te esperas, amigo mío. Te bajo los patas y te apaga poca. Y amigo mío, lamento decirte, lamento informarte. Pero tú ya no eres virgen.